My name's Blake.
Do you want to go to war, Malaki? I'm for real. Ron.
Ron is here, everyone. Thank you for joining me for more SPTV, where every day is a great day not to be in a cult. And I am joined today by another former cult member. So every day is a great day not to be in a cult. I think you will attest. Welcome, VANESSA WINBURY. How are you?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. Very happy to have you here tonight. I should have asked you beforehand how much time you have. I hope you have a lot of time because there is a lot for us to discuss.
I do, much to my husband's horror. He's like, World Series is happening. You're a Yankees fan. I'll be like, yeah, I'll be there just whenever.
Is it game 3 tonight?
I think it's game 4, but they're like at elimination phase. So
yeah, the Yankees are down, right?
they're down 3-0, which is like unheard of coming back in the World Series. So I'm like, how much do I want to go see Heartache?
Oh my goodness. I don't even know where to begin our chat tonight. I was thinking about it briefly, like there's so many places we can begin. First of all, it's always funny to bring kind of a new face on, someone who hasn't really done videos before, and have it yet again once be proven how small Scientology is, because we all know each other.
Right.
And some people might think that maybe we only bring people that we know on our channels. And it's like, no, everyone in Scientology is separated by 1 degree of separation. Yeah. And if you're a Scientologist in a city, you know every Scientologist in that city.
Mm-hmm.
And in your case, when I was on staff in the Philadelphia org, you were one of the Sea Org members at the Continental Management Organization in New York City.
Yeah.
And we definitely crossed paths. But, you know, when a class 5 staff member goes up to the CLO, I mean, I'll speak for myself. It was always felt like a bit of a fish out of water. Wasn't exactly meeting and greeting people. You're usually in trouble for something. And, you know, we would have definitely crossed paths, but I don't even know if I remember what you looked like back then. I don't know that you and I ever would have had a conversation back then. Do you ever remember me coming to the CLO?
I don't. And when I first started watching you and I was like trying to get the timeline down, I was like, we should have met.
Yeah. So like I would have gone up for Athena cramming a few times when Aaron Sturgis was the senior CS chief, CMO East US.
See, you mentioned that name, and that name doesn't ring a bell, but did he have a sister or maybe 2 sisters?
Well, Aaron was a girl.
Oh, no.
And I think she was originally from one of the Silicon Valley area orgs.
No, I don't remember that person.
Who else?
Danielle Sturgis rings a bell, but I'm not sure.
Now, of course, I knew your husband back then. Dustin Moscato was the ATech at East US, and I was, you know, as the chief Academy Soup Philly, he was sort of my senior at the CLO, at least.
Right.
And so why don't we start with when do you consider you got out of Scientology? And maybe we'll linger there for a little bit, and then maybe we'll work backwards a little bit.
Okay. I was kind of under the radar after leaving the Sea Org. Started mentally getting out about like the 2005, 2006 area. Was really starting to pull away. It was, you know, obviously not saying anything. And then that kept happening, you know, a little bit more. I tried talking to people that, you know, that had left Sea Org, that had been on the same base as me. And one for one, every single one of them just got sucked back in. And it was like, this is brutal. Why am I doing this to myself? I fought tooth and nail to not get declared because of all my childhood friends that I was like, oh, but I've got to hold on to my childhood. So my father had floated around the idea of like, well, your mom had $50,000 on account at Flag, and I'd really love to get that money back. We could certainly use it. And I remember just being like, yes, but no, what's going to happen when that happens? We're going to get declared. Like, please don't do this to me. And after like 2007, 2008, various things in life happening, it was kind of like, all right, you know, fine, let the gauntlet drop. Fine. Of course, we never got that money, but you know, the declares came out around 2009. So
So were you born and raised in Scientology?
I was. And the only reason our family exists is because of Scientology. My father was working at St. Hill in the mission office worldwide. He was not a Sea Org member. He was taking LSD. So he was like, you know, floated under that little thing. So yeah. And then he came over to the States in the late 70s. And my mom was working at CC New York, Celebrity Center New York. And she was, I didn't realize this, but I was just talking to my dad yesterday. She was the ED's communicator, which I don't really know the positions. So I wasn't, that was foreign to me. It's like, you mean the LRH communicator? He's like, no, the ED's communicator. She was important.
It's kind of like an assistant.
That's what I kind of figured.
Yeah.
So they had like initially a phone relationship that blossomed, and then pretty sure he said that she had completed her contract before they left staff. He got some sort of crazy deal where it was like a prorated freeloader debt. So he was able, like he had done a lot of his time on his whatever contract he was under, and he only had to pay something like $300 for freeloader debt. So I guess he just paid that, and then
I'm sure that was real money back then. So what? Who is your dad? Are you okay with saying?
Absolutely. My dad is known by his middle name, Mort Harris. His official name is William Mortimer Harris, but yep. And he, well, we'll get to it, but he wound up working with the person who was the commanding officer of the CLO East US back in the day in the mission, or I'm not sure if he was in the mission office, but he knew my dad. So when I got recruited and came into the Sea Org, it was like, oh, you're joining at 15. That's going to be your guardian. And I'm like, oops.
So you were 15 years old when you joined the Sea Org?
I was, yeah.
Wow. And who is your mom alive?
She's not. She passed of cancer in 2003.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What was her name?
Hildegard Harris. And she was pretty well known in the New York field. She was a very friendly, bubbly, empathetic person. After she left staff at CC New York, she started the ability school. Yeah, so obviously she was petrified of sending me to those public schools in New York City. And so she was like, my daughter's not going there. So she started the ability school it was in like the worst part of Spanish Harlem, like not a great place in the early 80s. And like, I guess I picked up a used hypodermic needle and like brought it to the teacher or something, like, look at what I found. And my mom's like, we're getting out of here. So she moved the whole school to Englewood, New Jersey in the early 80s. She like sweet talked her way into a Presbyterian church and was like, can we just use your space for 6 months? We'll find our own after that. They've been there this entire time. They've been there for almost 40 years now.
Does it still exist?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. And they were trying to get me to go back to work for them as like a teacher or whatever. After I left the Sea Org, and I was like, hell's to the no. Hell no.
Wow. There weren't any like Scientology schools in the Philly area. Didn't even occur to me that there were any up in the North Jersey or the New York area. Oh
yes. So as my dad was leaving the bubble, right? I was telling him how funny it is on a call yesterday. I'm like, really hilarious how you were the most deep into this, and by the time we got out, you were like completely disaffected. He started to work, in the WOG world, and my mom's running ability school. I'm going to ability school, and as I got a little bit older, she starts taking courses. After she went clear, started taking courses at New York Org, and I started going with her to go on course on the weekend. So we were like committed.
Wow. So your dad worked at St. Hill. You said he was in the mission. I thought I wrote it down here.
Mission Office Worldwide. Yep.
The mission office worldwide. Oh my God. Well, if he ever wants to do a chat about his experience, I would love to chat with him.
I'll certainly let him know.
Let him know. So you were born and raised in the what your memories of growing up? Do you consider you grew up in New York, or do you consider you grew up in New Jersey?
I have some memories when we were living in the Bronx in New York. Very fleeting. We moved into Jersey to follow ability school when I was, I believe, 5. So I was very young. So kind of like half and half. I mean, more of my childhood was definitely in New Jersey, and then the later part of my childhood was back in New York because I was in the CLO. So
yeah, that's funny. I always say, just offhandedly, I grew up in Philly, but most of my younger years were in South Jersey. But then the org was in Philly, and then so that's where we spent all our time. Even though we lived in South Jersey, we'd be in Philly all the time anyway.
Oh my gosh. And like I mean, we were there a lot at the New York org. I mean, we were at CC somewhat, and then my mom went clear, and then we were in New York org primarily. So
was your mom's name is Hildegard, or Hildy? Was she Scandinavian?
No, she's half Italian. She was half Italian, half German. So she was born in Germany. Her maiden name is Patatucci. So yeah.
Hildegard Patatucci
with a P. Yeah. So my grandfather was an Italian serviceman in World War II, met my grandmother, German grandmother, while overseas. And she was like, this place is a wreck. Like, anybody get me the F out of here. So he brought my mom and my grandmother over to New York in like 1960 or something on a boat. She took a straight up boat from Germany. So
joke's on her. She ended up in Jersey.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So what are some of your earliest Scientology memories?
There's a lot with ability school. I have fleeting memories of being a kid running around in New York org. Well, I'd say probably the earliest memories that are very, very like little glimmers of it is having like a visceral reaction to the daycare center in New York org. Oh my God. Like, to this day, if I go to the area, and the org's been completely renovated, if I got on the elevator to the 5th floor and like looked left, it's like this sense of effing doom. Like, I can't stand that place. Like, something bad happened there, but yeah, I don't remember much. Obviously, not a lot of parental or adult supervision and a lot of children. But as soon as I could, I remember being like arguing for my emancipation from the daycare, being like, but I'm an adult in a small body. Like, just fine. Put me on, what course? You go on course? I'll go on course. Okay, like, let's do the damn thing. Anything.
I remember, I think back then all the orgs must have had little nurseries or something. Probably. Because, and we just would wreak absolute havoc just between playing kickball in the hallway where the outside of Treasury, or, literally breaking holes in the door to get out of the nursery when they would lock us in there, to escaping from the org and just wandering around the streets of downtown Philly. And we came back to the org and the police would be there and, all this kind of stuff. But it's funny because in some ways it was kind of crazy, the conditions or the lack of attention or care that would be given to the kids. But in another way, I sort of wonder if, having an environment where kids were even welcome, which they really aren't in an org these days, if that is what sort of allowed Scientology to continue to grow during that period, or at least one of the things that allowed it to continue to grow, is like, you didn't have to find a babysitter if you were going to the org. You could just bring them to the org and let them run around like feral animals.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, looking back in hindsight, like, there were staff members there. They had small kids. Like, what were they going to do? So those kids, I mentioned one of the family names that I remembered in an email to you, the McDonald's, like yes, Jake and Wella and Lindsay McDonald. They were oh my God, they were there all the time because they're definitely mom was on staff, and I'm blanking on her name. I don't know. I don't think the dad was, but yeah.
So you mentioned Wella, and I won't get off on this tangent just yet, but I want to go on a Wella tangent later. Like by the time I got to the Sea Org in LA, Wella was the staff MAA for Ash O'Day.
Oh my gosh. I had no idea.
Then, do you know what happened to her after she left the Sea Org?
I didn't even know she left the Sea Org. Oh my gosh.
She went like full Lisa McPherson.
Oh no.
You didn't hear anything about this?
No.
Yeah. Okay. I wondered if you were going to have more information about it.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Okay. Well, maybe we won't go off on that tangent. We'll just talk about it privately. So if you had, so you had like this typical Scientology child upbringing. Anything noteworthy about that age or that time period?
Not particularly. My mom was really trying to get me to do extracurriculars, which it was ability school. So she started the school. So there were no extracurriculars when we started, but she had a connection with a dance teacher, probably through CCNY is what I could guess how she knew her. Her name was Lynn Zalany, OT something in the field, but she got her to start teaching ballet classes at ability school. And so my mom was like, my dream was to be a ballerina. You can be a ballerina. And I'm like, all right, something else besides, there wasn't a lot to do like besides your studies at ability school. So kind of like just fell into it. Like, sounds fun. All right. But that was like, my mom was pushing it. Towards the end, before I joined the Sea Org, I was taking like 3 to 4 classes a week, private lessons. My mom and I would commute into New York City just to take private lessons in her apartment once a week. So it was nice not to be like directly involved with Scientology during those times, but yeah, I don't know. The kind of got pushed on a lot of the girls too in ability school. And as we were growing and like developing, and we are in a Presbyterian church, it's not like there's classrooms here, right? So there was a gymnasium in the basement where you're on full display for all of your fellow kids wearing like a leotard and, tights. And we're all like, this is uncomfortable. Get the whole school walks by all the time, and I'm trying to cover up. And, but yeah, eventually like I just sort of got like a little bit of an eating disorder pushed on me at around age 8 because of that. Like, not fun, like calorie counting and stuff. And I'm like,
at 8 years old?
8 years old. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And my mom's like, I'm going to get us pizza while you're in your lesson. Okay. And I'm like, Lynn, how many calories are in a slice of pizza?
Oh my goodness.
So that definitely started me into a dark path of like a body issues that I've kind of had my whole life. Nothing extreme, but definitely some like anorexia leaning, which was, yeah. But it also created like a rift between like other friends of mine because I was taking all these freaking lessons. Nobody else was. So like, I was like the prima ballerina at ability school. And like, I don't know, it was just hard to like maintain friendships that way. And
wow.
We had to do recitals twice a year, these silly things. But yeah.
Did you happen to know a young Scientologist named Andrew Scordato?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Or his mom, Cheryl Scordato. Sometimes she would go to CC New York. Andrew's, so he was Cheryl Scordato was actually my mom's FSM, got her into Scientology. And Cheryl had a son like 25 days older than me and my brother. So we grew up as sort of like these best friend families. And Cheryl's younger son, Andrew Scordato, ended up becoming a professional ballet dancer at the New York, whatever the prestigious troupe is in New York City is. Huh. So he grew up in the Philly area. He went to the Rock School of the Pennsylvania Ballet, but then he ended up, being in New York City. And so they would go to CC New York sometimes. I just wondered if you knew the name.
No.
Okay.
Kind of like, yeah, I was pulling away mentally, especially as I was like starting to hit puberty. And I'm like, well, the calorie counting is not working. Like I enjoy eating. And I was just eventually, I'm like, Mom, I'm not going to continue this. My dad, bless his heart, there was several times in my childhood that he's like, Hildy, you're pushing your childhood, goals and dreams on our daughter. Like, please just stop. And I was like, I don't know what to think. Like, it's better than going on course, I guess, So.
Wow. I think some people wonder about these Scientology schools, and maybe you can speak about it better than I can, because I never went to one. And how much of the school, how would you even describe why these so-called Scientology schools exist? Do you consider them to be Scientology schools? Did they teach Scientology? What do you have to say on all that?
100% is a Scientology school. I don't think I did the children's comm course because, like I said, I was like, emancipate me from daycare. I'll go do the success through communication course. Like, I'm not, like, just get me out of there. So, but there were people at Ability School that did, the children's comm course. I think there was like was there a children's ethics something rather?
There might be like an applied scholastics version. I don't remember there being a children's ethics course, but I remember like learning how to learn, basic study manual, study skills for
life. I did that at Ability School. So there was all that. Oh, and then there was the grammar and communication course. I don't even know where that just came out of my mind. That was like a tomb. Like, once you're done with study skills for life, it's like, and now it's time for grammar and communication. In terms of like what we did non-Scientology stuff, it was all Delphi Academy curriculum. So, so like when my mom was trying to get Ability School started, I remember going with her to Oregon. I remember very little about the trip, but I remember being outside somewhere on the grounds of Delphi. That was how she started the school, was getting the various stuff that she needed to. But like, so there was check sheets, and you had to do, you had a teacher took roll call like a Scientology academy, and you all studied at your own pace. And there was curriculum that we'd follow, not grades, but forms. So
it really was like Delphi.
Very much like Delphi. Yes.
Wow.
And they, reading was probably the biggest thing. It was reading. We had a huge library that came in at one point, but like, I loved reading. Like, to this day, I feel like I'm very happy for that part of my childhood that I did read a lot of books, and it wasn't like the public school method of like the whole class is reading a book. And then, I liked the whole do it at your own pace thing, but you have these freaking targets and statistics. So you'd have like books had point numbers. So like you would have a quota every week that you had to read like somewhere crazy between like 40 and 70 points worth of books. And sometimes a book would only be worth like 10 points. So you're reading like an enormous amount of books a week. And your teacher would bring you up and spot check you, like open it up and be like, so what was such and such doing with the dog? And you're like, oh.
You guys are getting spot checked on like fiction books?
Yes.
Get the hell out of here.
Oh my gosh. And then there was like to pass into a next like form level, there was like, what was it called? Like an anchor book or something. They had all these pamphlets and you had to check them off as a gem. But like in order to it was like your test book to get to the next level was the biggest book ever. Like The Hobbit, like I read The Hobbit at like a really early age, and it's 1,000 pages. And I'm pretty sure I had to do that in a week, in addition to other stuff. So
you're telling me you would actually get spot checked on The Hobbit?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh my God. And not just words, but like making sure you're understanding the plot and oh my God, that is crazy.
I can remember a couple books like that were real pains in the asses, like based on like whatever, local terms or weird jokes, like even just like things that are said in like British style. If you read a book and it was written in England, you're like, well, you're just going to be in the dictionary the whole time, like trying to figure out what this means. Like, Old Yeller comes to mind as me having a really hard time getting with that book. So.
They're like, so show me with the demo kit what happened to the dog at the end of the book.
was
we're gonna put it in clay.
Oh my gosh, yeah. There was one course too that like I don't know why, and this is kind of funny because I wound up doing geography as my major in college. There was one Delphi check sheet called maps. I think I flunked through. I don't know. It must have been like 3 times trying to get through that course. I could not get through it. And yet here I am as a geography major, and I graduated as a geography major. But yeah.
So let me ask you this: aside from like the fact that all those study books have L. Ron Hubbard's name on them, and it has things that are kind of unique to Scientology, like the 3 barriers to study. Those are still like study related books. How much like actual Scientology was introduced into either the curriculum or the experience itself? Like, were you guys doing OW write-ups? Were you guys doing lower conditions? Were you guys doing, that kind of stuff?
Okay. So going to ethics was definitely a thing. Not the principal. Gosh, I forget what we called. Was it the ED? I don't know. But anyway, the person who was running ability school, my mom got into some ethics trouble in the late 80s for a really stupid reason. And she got removed from the top of ability school and replaced by another Scientologist, Peggy Miller. Peggy Miller, that's my recollections of dealing with ethics. I'm guessing because my mom was probably super chill whenever I got sent to ethics. But like we had this horrible leather couch outside the offices for ability school, and it was black. So you didn't say you got sent to ethics, you got sent to the black couch, and you'd see kids on this couch all the time. You're like, oh, somebody screwed up, somebody's on the black couch.
So when you got sent to ethics, like what would they do with the kids? That was like Scientology stuff.
I don't remember. I remember some stern talking too. I don't know if we were doing OW write-ups then though. But I remember the severe reality adjustment equivalent for children. So it was never fun going to the black couch. Statistics. We had all of our statistics up on a wall. We all had to graph our statistics on Thursday.
And what if your stat was down?
I don't remember. I think you brought this up in a recent stream, and I was like, did we do conditions? I don't know. I don't think we did.
How about this? Were you guys ever told anything like the reason you're in this school is so that you're not in the hands of the psychs in those dangerous public schools? Or were you told just wait until you finish your forms, then you can be a staff member? Like, you know what I mean? Like, was there a cultural Scientology thing happening there?
So I don't remember any of that, but I will say that my little brother, poor kid, my youngest brother, Greg, he remembers me coming back to ability school while I was in the Sea Org as like a day trip for recruitment. And I remember loathing doing this. Loathing it. We were literally sent there to go and see who we could recruit for the Sea Org. And I so did not want to be there. In my heart of hearts, I knew I did not want to put the terrible shit out onto these other kids, the shit that I've been going through, but I couldn't say anything, But my brother, to this day, he was like 6. And he's like, I remember you. Yeah, you were in that crazy naval uniform, and you showed up. And I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah, I probably did that.
Wow. Did the ability school go through the 12th grade?
So it did not, which was a huge issue for me. Some of their kids fared way better in terms of when they had to go to high school and like their experience with high school. Mine was not great. Spent too long in ability school. They said it went through 9th grade. So I attempted to do the equivalent of 9th grade. I think it was Form 6. So I attempted to do that and then transfer into the local high school into 10th grade. And the local high school in my area, first off, it's like a blue ribbon school. So it was super difficult. But also they were like, no, we don't know what this is. You got through 8th grade. You're going to have to redo 9th. So I got put a year, so then I get put already a year behind into public school. And my gosh, my mom was like so proud. She's like, she's done so well. She should be in advanced English. Look at all the, I'm like, oh my gosh, what we thought was English in ability school and what was English in a regular school were two completely different things. Yet somehow she argued for me to be put into advanced English. It was like the worst mistake ever.
Wow. So you were put back a year based on where you expected to be put, but what about age-wise? Like when they put you into 9th grade, were you age appropriate for 9th grade, or were you like the oldest one in your class?
I was 15. Yeah, you're supposed to be 14 in 9th grade. Yeah.
Was that embarrassing?
Hella embarrassing. I didn't really know the local kids too much, but there was two people that I knew that I had lived down the street from at one point that I was briefly friends with to an extent. It was very weird not being able to tell them anything about my life. And then when I saw them again years later into the school, they were in 10th grade and I was in 9th. And I'm like, oh, this kind of fucking sucks. So that didn't help. But
they're like, I guess that Scientology's not working out very well for you, huh?
They definitely didn't know I was in Scientology. They just knew that I went to so this is the shtick. Englewood, New Jersey is there's poor parts of Englewood and then there's very, very wealthy parts of Englewood. So there are private schools that are well renowned in Englewood that people are like, oh, you went to private school in Englewood? Oh yeah, Dwight Englewood. And I'm like, sure. Yeah, that was it. Like, so people just thought we were like, oh, they come from money. She goes to private school. Not at all.
I see. Do you know what's weird? First of all, I've never heard of a school that goes to the 9th grade. That doesn't make any sense. But the Delphi curriculum goes to 12th grade. Why would the abilities school not go all the way?
You know, it's a great question. And like, why couldn't my mom or Peggy Miller have fought to get that? I'm not sure why they wouldn't release it.
Oh, so Delphi only let them do so many forms.
Yes.
Oh.
So I'm guessing like whatever's 7 and 8 forms, they did not release to ability school. So.
Wow.
I know.
Amazing.
It's kind of stupid.
Okay, so was high school like a huge culture shock for you?
Huge culture shock. Huge. And it wasn't just one town. So it was like 3 towns. It was a regional high school. So that it was very big. It was about 800 kids coming from ability school, which had maybe like 65 kids total from like the youngest to the oldest, youngest being like, I don't know, 5. So then going into a school that had like almost 1,000 kids was crazy. The bullying, the drug use, like I was not prepared. The only thing I was prepared for to kind of like look cool was the summer before I went to high school. I had gone down to Flag by myself as a public to do my pro-CRs because I had briefly dated the course soup, Josh Jacoby, who I know you know from Golden Age of Tech training. Yes, and he broke up with me and I did not take it well. And my mom was like, your next step on the bridge is the pro-CRs. And I'm like, there's no chance I'm doing that at New York Org, sorry. My mom was like, surprise, you're gonna go to Flag and have this amazing time. And yeah, well.
I've got photos of me and Josh Jacoby together. See, this is what I mean. Everyone's separated by 1 degree of separation, okay?
It's hilarious.
I consider him to be sort of like the Vanilla Ice of our generation of Scientologists. He thought he was like hard or something. Like I don't know where he got this idea. He was this short, pudgy white dude who just grew up in Scientology and he thought it was like from the streets. Like I don't know where did this come from? Is it because it was New York? Like what's going on?
I think so. Yeah, he had like the most personality out of anybody in New York Org. And my mom was on course up in the academy. I was still down in basic at the time when I think I first met him or whatever. I had like a super crush on him for a couple of years. I totally wrote to him as part of that when you're a student writing to people. I totally wrote to him while he was at GAT training. I was like waiting for this kid to get back so I could date him. And it lasted like a month. Like, oh my gosh, it was just. And then after that, I'm like, I can't go on course here. Like, so.
I can never show my face in New York again. Did you know Gabe Matoyer and his mom, Yvette Matoyer?
I did. Gabe was such a nice kid. And his mom, too. My gosh, he had a younger brother whose name is escaping me. But I think briefly, the Matoyers did come to ability school.
That would make sense.
It didn't last very long.
Did Josh Jacoby ever go to the ability school?
No.
Okay. You know, I still run into Gabe Montoya down here at Flag. He's probably been in the Sea Org for 25 years now. And I think he's either a recruiter or a fundraiser. There's so many people our age. By the way, how old are you?
42.
Okay. I'm 44. There's so many people our age-ish that I just cannot believe are like 20, 25, 30 years into being a Sea Org member. And I'm like, they'll never have kids. They'll, you know, like if they haven't left by now, what the hell's ever going to make these guys leave? You know?
I know. And like, what kind of like path would you even have out? Like if you don't have anything by that time.
But I'll tell you, let's take someone like Gabe Montoyer. Whether he's a recruiter or a registrar, I'll tell you, sales skills is one of the most transferable skills into the real world. Like that guy could make an absolute mint in the real world. And, you know, not to get off on too much of a tangent here, but like the complete and utter failure, objective failure of the ideal org strategy is something that in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know, if I was a long-term Sea Org member, like let's just say Gabe, and I actually visited an org that had been ideal for like 15 years. And I saw that they're making less than $1,000 a week. And I saw that they have less than 20 staff members. I feel like it would make me go, everything we're being told is a lie. Everything we're being asked to do is pointless. I feel like it's such an objective failure. And these people are not idiots. Like Gabe Montoyer is not a dumb guy.
No.
You know, these people in the Sea Org are not stupid. There's something about being in a cult that shuts you off, as L. Ron Hubbard would say, from the fruits of observation. But like, if someone like Gabe were to go into an ideal org that's had a Sea Org command team and has been there for 15 years and they're making less than $1,000 a week, there's a part of me that's like, that would wake Gabe up. But you never know.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I went off onto a tangent because you were asking me about the culture shock going into high school. The reason that culture shock really happened was from a lot revolved around what happened while I was at Flag. I did learn to smoke there. That's what I was getting at. So I learned to smoke cigarettes while I was there. I was 14, turning 15 in the summer of 97. And I ran into a kid who I had a crush on from ability school way back in the day. I ran into him at what's it called? The cafe on the bottom floor of the Fort Harrison. It wasn't the Lemon Tree.
The Lemon Tree. The lemon. Oh my God.
There was almost like a nice convenience.
The Hourglass.
The Hourglass. That's it. Yeah. So
what was the kid's name, by the way?
Chris Zaya.
Chris?
Zaya, Z-E-A.
Oh, okay. I never heard of him.
His mom is well known in the New York field under her, because their parents were divorced. His dad's Mario Zaya. His mom is Susan Rowe.
Okay.
Isabel.
Okay.
But anyway, she was like a huge FSM person. I guess she was on 7 because I always saw her carrying around her e-meter all the time. But yeah, so Chris, he ran into me in the Hourglass like a couple days after I had arrived by myself. Let me remind everybody that was by myself. My mom was like, "Hi," because my youngest brother had just been born. So she was like, "This will help you. You should be moving up the bridge anyway. And you don't want to do it under Josh's supervision. Go enjoy Flag." So I had like stayed at the Fort Harrison. It was like kind of cool in the beginning. It was like, oh, I feel like such an adult, you know? And but then, you know, I met some other people our age through Chris. So there was a point where I was like, I didn't have much time off, but like Saturday nights, I figured out a way to be like, you know what? I'm a public. I'm not an outdoor trainee. Like, can I just have Saturday nights off? So I got that CSW approved, and we would like hang out. You know, I'd go. There would be like a girl who had her driver's license. Chris was 2 years older than me, so he was a little bit older. But he had a friend. Her parents lived nearby in one of the condo buildings. She would come and like pick us all up at the Fort Harrison. We'd just pile into her minivan and like we'd just like go to the beach or like hang out. So that's how I learned smoking cigarettes, which was so awesome. So at least I had that to be like kind of too cool for school when I went into high school. But yeah.
So did that prepare you for high school, or did that make you like the odd one out, or was smoking?
Being a smoker, I was looked at as being hella cool because I was a freshman, even though I should have been a sophomore. Oh. And they were like, "And you go to New York City on the weekends, like every weekend?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I do." I was going to the org, but yeah. So,
wow.
But yeah.
Now, in retrospect, I'm actually really surprised your folks let you go to a public high school. I mean, that's like the breeding ground for psychiatric drugging of children.
I think finances had a lot to do with it. They just couldn't swing because by that point, my third brother, you know, I had a brother born in 92 and then my youngest brother born in 97. So by that time, it was just finances were dictating the decisions. They knew they couldn't afford to send me to Delphi. And my mom having like worked there, originally having run ability school, then getting demoted down to like secretary level, at least that way she was still able to get a huge break on tuition. So it was, you get one kid goes for free. And I think the second kid, it's like half off.
Hold on. Your mom created the school and she's having to pay for you to go to it?
Oh, yeah.
This is an interesting commentary on the control that Scientology has over the school. She created the school. Who has the authority to bust her down to receptionist?
That's a great question. I went with her to LA in the late 80s when she got a ComEv. I didn't know she was getting a ComEv. I'm like, Disneyland, awesome, you know, and I got like stuck into whatever Scientology school was out there, Apple or something for a couple days, weeks, however long. But yeah, in later years, I learned that there was something about maybe like some flirtation with some other person in the field. I don't know. It was a bunch of bullshit, but she got ComEv'd and demoted from her position in ability school. And then Peggy Miller showed up. And then there was a mission that was started by Richard Beatty in Teaneck, which is really close to Inglewood. And he somehow got onto the board of ability school. He currently, I'm pretty sure, is like the chairman of the board of ability, something like that. So there was some sort of body of like other Scientologists calling some shots locally too.
Interesting. So even when your mom was actually legitimately running it, was she still having to pay for you guys to go to the school she created?
Well, it was just me until 92. And by that time she had been pushed down to secretary. So my next brother was born in 92. So that's when she would have had to start paying for one of us.
Wow. Yeah. Unbelievable. So I'm doing the math on this and I just realized there's no way you graduated that high school because you said you joined the Sea Org when you were 15 and you got into the 9th grade when you were 14.
Yes. So I lasted 1 year. It was not great because, like I said, the culture shock, it's not like watching somebody do blow on the lab table screwed me up for life, but it was definitely a culture shock of being like, oh, what kind of drug is it?
That was happening in your high school?
Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? You know, like, okay. I thought smoking a cigarette was going to be like, oh, good. You know, I can fit in here. Because that's what all the bathrooms, you'd have to be like, it's cool when you walked into a bathroom, any bathroom in the school, the high school, because there'd be undoubtedly some like older student that would come out of a thing and be like, I just threw my cigarette away because you didn't say it's cool. So I kind of, anyway, but there was, I got into an altercation with somebody who made a snide comment about my appearance, something about looking like a slut. And I said, at least I got the body to look like one. And she did not want to hear that. She was like a pit bull, like came flying at me and like, I'm gonna take you down, you know? And so for weeks I was like afraid to go to school. My mom got involved and I'm like, Mom, please don't get involved. But she like called the counselor and I'm like, you're making this way worse now. Like, but communication's the universal solvent. I'm like, nah, not here. It ain't. I avoided getting my ass beat or eating gravel. But yeah, that didn't bode well. And then as time went by, I think I got into so I had gotten into trouble at Flag, which I can fill you in after I finish this little bit about high school, but I was already on the ethics officer's radar based on what happened at Flag. And then towards the end of my time at high school, that it was like spring 98, I guess somebody at their house, we all went over there and there was alcohol and I guess I blacked out and like fell down some stairs and it was right before like finals. And so I like got crazy concussion. I had like welt on the back of my head when I was taking these finals. That got my mom, of course, being the good little Scientologist she was, passed along this information to powers that be. And at one point, while I had gone down to DC at one weekend around this time to do a CCHR march. There was like a anti-psychiatry march, and Leah was there.
Oh, really?
At the DC org, and she got me into a recruiting session for like 3 freaking hours. And, I signed a contract under duress. But then when the blackout falling down the stairs incident happened, teenage drinking, I basically got given an ultimatum at that point via my mom, but coming from powers that be, Leah, I'm thinking had a huge part in it, was 2 choices. I wasn't going back to high school. I could either join the Sea Org in New York at CLO East US, or I could go to the ranch.
Which ranch? Mace Kingsley?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. There was another. Was it There's another ranch as well. Okay, but anyway, if Mace Kingsley was the one, then that was
the one I think it was in New Mexico at the time, New Mexico or somewhere around that area. But it was like those were my options. There were no other options. So I was like, well, I like going to Manhattan as it is. I like feeling like an adult and being treated as such. I'm like, I'll join the Sea Org. Like, I'm not going to go to the ranch. It sounds like prison, like a prison camp. I'm not going there. So started the Project Prepare around that time. And in June 16th, 1998, I routed onto the EPF at CLO East US. After finishing that 1 year of high school. Woo!
Wow. Okay, so was that much of a culture shock for you?
It was. I should also say I was having fun and breaking curfew. Besides that, there was my parents were just like, she's going off the rails. It was my best friend at the time who was in ability school, but I had originally met her down in Clearwater, Vanessa White, spelled with a V-E, not a V-A. Her and I were BFFs, and we went and got tattoos to commemorate our friendship, like basically ending and me going into the Sea Org. So that was, I kind of
15, you got a tattoo? How did you pull that off?
Yeah, in the West Village, Bleecker Street. I don't know. I had a few tall boys of beer for some liquid courage, and we rolled on in. The guy's like smoking a cigarette, like straight out of Russia. He's like, "Are you 18?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, I am." And he's like, "Okay, we do that too." So I kind of further pushed that whole like a little bit of a badass type of mentality when I came into the CLO and the EPF, and definitely it was a culture shock. Yeah, it was summer. There's no central air conditioning, as most people that have been in the Sea Org know very well. It's a 7-story building, and the berthings on for regular folks, not CMO, is 5 and 6. It gets hot in the summer.
I knew that I would never, ever accept being transferred or posted in the CLO East US. It is, save for the fact that I've never seen the berthing for CLO Africa or CLO Anzo, it has got to be the worst Sea Org berthing in the world.
It was really bad. It was that was the biggest culture shock, because like, it's not like we were rich, but we weren't poor either. So like, I had a nice bed, like where I came from. I had a nice pillow, nice sheets. Like, you get thrown in and you're like, here's this 100-year-old mattress in bunks and this piece of, paper for a pillow. And like, it's old, they had these quilts, these Sea Org quilts. They were like navy blue. They were also just like paper thin with the Sea Org emblem on it. So we all had those. I cried myself to sleep. I don't even know how many times while I was in there. As much sleep as you could get in the middle of Midtown Manhattan, where the garbage trucks are going all through the night, people screaming, and we had to leave the window open for ventilation. It was combined with like barely able to sleep, crying myself to sleep. Yeah, there was a lot of that. It was brutal. And the food was meh in the beginning, but and like the work I was kind of like, yeah, that's all right. It's not terrible. I don't mind doing manual labor. Like, we would like brasso the brass rails hold. There was like an awning over the entrance. It's gone now. But like, that was, EPF's responsibility was we had to clean reception and brasso shit. But then we'd go do things at the New York org. So this was a couple years before they did the renos to make it the ideal org it is today. We had to like, the 6th floor was known to be haunted AF. And like, it was just a junk, there was junk everywhere. And it would be like, okay, today's EPF duties, we're going to this POS room in New York, Oregon. We have to sort it out and empty it. May have been where the IAS office went. On the 5th floor. No, that was on the 5th floor. So it was 1 floor down. But
I got a question. I got a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
Do you remember ever wondering, like when you got to the CLO East US, berthing, and you see how they live and you see how crappy and shitty and rundown everything is, did it ever occur to you? This isn't a fair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because I'm going somewhere with this. Did it ever occur to you, I don't know, if we're so successful, if there's so many of us, if orgs are expanding, if we're making so much money, if we are the most dedicated and valuable people, why do we have to live like this? Why is there no money? Why does no one care whether we have air conditioning or comfortable mattresses or clean sheets? Do you remember ever even wondering about that stuff?
In the beginning, no. Not in the beginning, no. That came later. Yeah. In the beginning, I was just kind of like, I don't know, still brooding over like what had just happened the previous year, and like being forced into this situation, and knowing that if I left here, my only other option was going to be the goddamn ranch. So I knew I kind of didn't have an option to do anything else. So it was like, all right, well, this is the bet I've made. I guess I have to land it.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it never occurred to me to ask those questions, because I never was under the impression that the organization had a lot of money. I thought that the condition of things was a direct reflection of the lack of money, that it took a lot of money to keep the organization going, that it took a lot of money to fight legal battles, that it took a lot of money for promotion and marketing. And it is the fact that our lived experience was that of essentially destitution That when I found out in 2009, once, Debbie Cook and all the other, once the Tampa Bay Times started publishing interviews with all these executives, and it became apparent that Scientology had over $1 billion cash in the bank, I was fucking furious. I was like, I thought the reason everyone got locked in the goddamn room for the IES fundraiser is because the IES actually needed the money. I thought it was like life or death. I thought the fact that we couldn't pay the insurance on our building most years was because the organization didn't have any money. That's why it was so important for us to work so hard. And it's not that it never occurred to us to ask ourselves why the money didn't go towards the staff. We didn't think there was any fucking money.
Yeah. Ugh. Later, I mean, once I got off the EPF, I kind of started seeing things, and I feel like maybe it started sinking in a little bit because it's such a small base. You kind of get involved. I got put in as the commanding officer, the CTO, right out of the freaking EPF, which was, in hindsight, like, so stupid. Why didn't I just say something like, I don't think I should have this much responsibility. I don't think I should be, the person that just trained me through the EPF. I'm now her senior. Oh, she fucking hated me. Terry Walker, I think she was the DFT. But again, besides that, it was like the statistics that I had to keep for that. Almost all of them were non-existent. It was like trainees to ITO. That was one stat. OEC arrivals. That was another stat. I had 4. So those 2 were just like never moving. So if I couldn't get the other 2 like doing anything, it was super annoying. But besides that, so I was on the ad council right out the EPF, right? So like I had to do the weekly financial planning stuff.
You're kidding me.
Right. So like I'm seeing all that right away, and like seeing people like putting things through for like something that's super cheap, that, like a printer ribbon, for example, or, somebody's sole of their shoe came off and they needed a new pair of shoes because it was their one pair of uniform shoes. And
yeah.
There was
so
a
you're
guy
on the ad council. You're on the ad council for the CLO East US.
Yes.
I was on ad council and FP. Well, I guess the ad council does FP. Yeah. I was on the ad council for Ash O'Day. So I saw all the finances, and we're the biggest training org in the world outside of Flag. And week to week, we don't necessarily have enough money for paper.
Exactly.
And so you can imagine when you find out there's $1 billion in the bank, you're like, what are you talking about? There's $1 billion in the bank.
The financial irregularities, like when we would have something big happen, one big flap, that we needed to pay a water bill, for instance, like going to the FBO and being like, well, we need help. And she would like do some sort of magic of like getting money. And I'm like, where is this mystical money coming from? Where is it coming from? And, it was only later that I realized like, oh yeah, it's the money that's all getting funneled up. She's just like, whoop. We just need a little bit. We got to pay this bill, we'll pay it back.
Yeah. But what's interesting though? The finances that I saw and the finances that you saw at the CLO East US, you're seeing the trickle up from the money that's actually being paid for services at the Class 5 orgs in the East US.
Yeah.
And the fact is, Scientology is not viable at the org level.
Mm-mm.
There's not enough people paying for Scientology auditing and training in the world to keep Scientology afloat operationally at the org level. If it were not for the fact that David Miscavige has figured out how to get people to turn over hundreds of millions of dollars directly to the IAS and directly to buildings, Scientology would have gone bankrupt, tax-exempt status or no tax-exempt status.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That was something else that like right as I was coming onto, off the EPF and onto post, I would help with stat evolution on Thursdays. And like back in 98, it was all on paper. So I'd go into data center and we had 21 orgs at that time in East US. And we had to manually graph all the statistics, get them into the binders and send them up to the 3rd floor for, I don't know what weekly meeting it was that they had, but so kind of like already starting to see like, okay, but I wasn't putting it together at that time. But, you know, I try to remember in my hindsight, like, oh, you know, this is important information I was seeing. Damn it, if only I could remember some numbers. But for sure, like seeing the lack of, like, it was my first time realizing that there were orgs out there that had like 5 public, you know, like I coming from the New York org, which is somewhat big. You can always get people in from Times Square. The orientation film was out. To like seeing statistics from like Ann Arbor, Buffalo, like all these other orgs where it's like, whoa, this is like minuscule, you know? And that was definitely like, I think that started putting that seed in my head of like, Scientology's not as big as I thought it was, you know, like the cognitive dissonance of what we're being told in the events versus what I'm actually seeing these orgs producing. Then I got sent. So this is all while I was training to be the course soup at the CLO. So mind you, I was doing various things, being a COCTO, ad council, that also with fitness boards. I was in charge of, you know, being part of, not in charge of them, but I was part of that whole thing. So in addition to all that, while I'm training on my pro metering. So I was doing pro metering at the time before I could do the pro soup course. I got sent on 2 missions for recruitment. Oh, I hated recruitment, and I couldn't understand why they would select me for these things, but one of the orgs was going to Buffalo. So the first one I went on was to Boston, which was fairly decent size. There was a lot of staff. There was a decent amount of public there. It was kind of what I expected. The org itself was kind of run down. I don't remember my mission IC's name, but we looked so out of place. He was one of the few Black Sea Org members. He was gone not that long after that. I don't know what happened to him.
I remember him because he was probably the only Black Sea Org member in the whole CLO East US, right?
Yes, absolutely. Well, at that time he was. We did have 2 others come from DC, but he was like middle-aged man, and I'm like 16, you know, and we got sent to Boston on a recruitment mission. We failed, but like birthing, like we must have looked like a pimp and a prostitute. Like we were staying at like, I don't know, some cheap.
You would have made more money if that's what you were doing.
It was hella uncomfortable. Like and then at one point, I think he must have sensed it too and been like, we're going to stay in different hotels because this is just feeling super awkward.
He's like, GI's down this week. Get out on that corner and make us some money.
We didn't get sent our allocation for food. Get on out there. Oh my gosh. It was so strange.
Can you remind me? Because I'm thinking I might be thinking of a guy from Flag. Was he like American or did he have a French accent or any accent?
No accent. He was American and he had like residual like 70s vibes to him. I feel like he may have had some like long, choppy things here. Yeah. I wish I could remember his name.
Okay. I do remember who you're talking about. By the way, there was the receptionist from the Philly org. I mean, he might have been the Has, but he was really the receptionist. Carl, and he went up to the CLO and he ended up being the receptionist at the CLO as well. Oh my God, what was his last name? I even got an email from him not that long ago. Does this ring a bell at all? And no. I'm only mentioning him because I somehow feel like I remember the guy that you're talking about and Carl coming back to the Philly org to do some event stuff. You don't remember a Carl? Mm-mm. Young guy. Like, I mean.
I don't think so.
Okay,
no.
That's fine. Moving on. Okay, so back to Pimpin' Ain't Easy and the Scientology mission, recruit mission.
Yeah, that failed. It was a lovely neighborhood. I liked like being out of CLO East US and like going somewhere different, but I knew like we weren't going to be successful and we going back failed mission, so that was not fun. And then like a month later, they turned me around and put me out onto a mission to Buffalo in winter 1998. There was like a national disaster declared while we were there because Buffalo gets lake effect snow from the Great Lakes. So when it snows there, they get like dumped on, right? So, oh my gosh. Yeah, our mission there also did not work out. But we didn't even get a hotel. We were sent in and we stayed with Public. We were staying at a Public's house on their couch, me and my mission IC together, thankfully a woman, on the pull-out couch. I want to say Paula Brewski, which ties back to the whole Perkins thing, which I hadn't read the story until recently, but that's forward in time. But so it was like winter 98, 99. So like maybe January, it was like December 98, January 99, somewhere around there. On this podunk recruitment mission, staying on a Public's couch. Yeah, so all we had to afford was our food. We took a bus there in the freezing cold. I remember a guy trying to hit on me on the bus, and like he just didn't understand I was going for work. He's like, "How old are you?" I'm like, 16, you know. We had to like figure out our way from it was insane.
What was the explanation for why they couldn't spring for a motel or a hotel?
Well, by that point, I was already on the ad council, so I kind of knew that answer was that we just didn't have the money for it. But yeah, we still had to recruit. So you're working at the continental hub of all of Scientology in the East US. Yep.
What was your understanding for why there was so little money they couldn't even afford to put people who were being sent out to recruit new Sea Org members in a motel? Or I mean, and I'm not asking this, like, to be honest, none of this, Sea Org members just don't think about this shit. But do you remember, what was your understanding of why there wasn't even enough money for 2 Sea Org members to get a motel?
I mean, we were hardly ever seeing a full pay either. So like, it was just lack of money coming from the orgs was what we understood it to be like.
And yet, every single David Miscavige event, he's talking about highest evers, unprecedented expansion, 2x, 3x, 4x. Do you remember ever questioning whether the shit in the event was real? Because I know you've heard me say, I never did. I didn't
in the beginning. I kind of treated events same way I treated having to go see Battlefield Earth when that came out and we were all forced to see it, is that it was a time for me to relax, sit in darkness, doze maybe a little bit in between standing up and sitting down for hip hip hoorays. Yeah, it was, I wasn't really paying attention too closely to it. It was kind of just like, all right, this is our thing. We've got the Pomerantz guy and the big voice, and it all kind of sounds more believable coming from his mouth. So
yeah,
in the beginning, no. Like what I was telling my dad yesterday, when I did start really seeing a chink in the armor was the biographer. I'm like, we have the craziest targets, like most unrealistic targets for everything in the Sea Org. And yet this man just comes up every event like, yeah, it's coming along. We're getting that biography together. And it never fucking came out. Like, how long could this possibly take? I thought we knew everything about this man. Like, that was starting to like put things together.
I know, probably like 10 or 15 years in a row or whatever it is, every March 13th, and sometimes even more often than that, sometimes New Year's, here comes the L. Ron Hubbard biographer. And you're like, how many years can you be called the biographer when there's no biography?
Yeah. Or like release part of the book for something for us to see. Like, yeah.
Did you know they ended up just taking all the Ron mags that had been released over the years and putting them in hardback and being like, ta-da, the biggest biography ever.
What a cop-out. It's absurd.
So the reason I harp on this thing about, questioning the stats is I wonder if one of the reasons I never questioned the stats is because I never saw continental or international stats. You only ever saw the stat of your own org. And the truth is you can figure out how to get the stats of your own org up. No one ever looks back, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. But in Philly, we were able to get the stats up. Like they were decent. At ASHO, we were able to get the stats up. It was decent. But I felt like if I was at the CLO and I saw that the entire fucking continent was downtrending for years, I feel like I'd go to that event and I would have had a different perspective. And so I always ask people who were at the CLO or you know, ILO levels, or the INT levels, like, how did you guys process what was being said at the events? Or how did you think about or feel about the obvious lack of expansion? How did that affect your mindset about what you were doing on your post or anything at all? Now, you know, if you're 15, 16 years old, I don't expect there to be some like, you know, earth-shattering answer, but I wondered if it was different than my experience at the org level.
So we kind of had this feeling like our continent was just shit and like other places were doing way better. So like, you know, Milan was like always winning the birthday game. Like, damn, if we could just have a Milan on our continent, like we'd be paid a little bit better, you know.
What about Mexico? Were you under the impression that Mexico was just booming?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we were just like, oh, we're just downstat, you know, it's just us. We got to do better. Put us back on rice and beans, you know, maybe it'll make people work harder.
What was the shittiest org in the East US?
The shittiest. Buffalo is pretty close. I have firsthand experience having been on 2 missions there, but Ann Arbor was pretty freaking bad too in terms of the stats that we would see on Thursdays. That's now Battle Creek, but
good old Jeff Breedlove. You know Jeff Breedlove is still there to this day. Do you remember him from? He was Ann Arbor aka Battle Creek.
No, I don't remember him.
He was sent back as like the course supervisor because there was like no staff. He ended up, I think, being the ED, and I swear to God, he's still there. The protester that goes to Battle Creek went to like the volunteer minister tent, and there's Jeff Breedlove. God help him.
Oh my gosh. I think that one was because it was also the first one of the book. So like if you're graphing 21 graphs of the same thing, it was like AA, Ann Arbor was the start, and I'd be like, oh shit, this is terrible. Another 0, like let's draw that straight line across on the graph. Yeah. But no, my experience in Buffalo was like, yeah, we were sent there to recruit. And it's funny, I was just watching your video with Jeff Carlson that you did. I found it after, I didn't know it existed. So I watched it recently, and he was talking about how like the course room was only had students for like certain times. And I'm like, that's right. Like we went on this freaking mission being like, okay, well, we can get the course room when it comes out on breaks or whatever, and be like, there's nobody on course today. Where are we recruiting from? Like what? Like, and we didn't have budget for like anything. We didn't no budget for travel or anything like to go into the field and like get people. So we were kind of like, I think we were getting rides to the org from us.
Now this was before Joe Scroy had bought the whole new building for the Buffalo org, right?
Yes. This was when they were still in the shitty other building, which was haunted, which I've mentioned in some of the chats. Oh my gosh. That was so Mary Jo Riley was, I think she was running the org at the time that we were there on mission. I remember sitting down with her quite a bit. I think she drove us. I think she was giving us rides quite frequently back and forth to the Brewski's house. But there was like one day where we had to stay, you know, our mission ops, I'm pretty sure it was Leah, didn't like, we had to stay for something, and there was a freaking snowstorm happening, and they're like, you know, the roads are getting bad. We watched the parking meters disappear outside the org. The snow just kept going until it finally passed them. And we had like no way of getting home that night. So Melissa, the mission IC, and I, we had to sleep in the org. And the ED is so small of an operation that the ED's desk is in the reception area. So it's like right next to the front door. I don't know where Melissa was sleeping at that point, like 2 a.m. She must have found like an office somewhere nearby that she was sleeping. I was trying to sleep at the ED's desk, basically, like feet up, resting a little bit. And with 5+ feet of snow on the ground, we were hearing footsteps upstairs, phantom footsteps, which was very frightening. But even more so was when the motion activated doorbell, it goes bing, bing when somebody walks through. Out of
Oh
nowhere.
my God, that would be terrifying.
Out of nowhere. It starts going bing, 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 bing for like 3 minutes straight. And then just stops out of nowhere, like just as soon as, and I'm just like, oh, fucking God, Melissa, this is horrifying. Yeah, it was frightening.
I can just imagine the Sea Org missionaries reporting back. The org is haunted.
They're like, oh, it's just a Thetan. Get over it. It's just a Thetan. Wants to go on course.
We'll send in the OTs to audit away the body Thetans.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Wow. So, like, honestly, what do two Sea Org recruiters do at an org where there's like no public?
Not much. We tried our damnedest to get recruits. Dustin was on course as a public at that time at the org.
Dustin Moscato?
Mm-hmm.
He was from Buffalo?
Yeah, his dad's from there. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Did you recruit Dustin?
I did not. But yeah, no, he was very like off put by the whole experience. He avoided us like the plague. I forget who got him. I think he came like the following year, 99, I want to say. He came to the CLO. Yeah.
So if you joined the Sea Org when you were 15, how old were you when Dustin joined the Sea Org and then you guys got married?
So Dustin joined, he's like a year and change older than me. So he was probably like 17 when he joined in 99 or 18 maybe. Shit, I don't know. He was right around that age. I was 15 when I joined the EPF, but by the time I graduated the EPF, I was 16. We kind of got like fixed up by Leah Jacoby, now Leah Marshall. It was not organic because by that time I was basically being the course soup. So I'm like, what? Yeah, I guess I kind of have to pick from somebody who's going to be on course, but like he wasn't giving off any sort of flirty vibes. Like he was a pain in my ass. Oh my God, he was such a pain in the ass as a student. He would freaking give me such help. Like I can't tell you how many times I had to send him to ethics. Because he wouldn't listen to me after we were married, but I digress. Yeah, we kind of got set up. And at that time in like 99, there was a brief moment where it was actually not terrible in the CLO because the COCMO had been sent up lines for something, not permanently, like probably to get an SRA, you know, but she was gone and I couldn't stand that woman. Michelle Tampion was our COCMO at the time. So she was gone for like maybe a month or two around the time. We, as a base, we went to Central Park on Saturday mornings and played kickball. Like so much fun. Like the CMO included, like CMO and CLO all together. It was amazing. And then it was probably around this time too, like Leah got married to her husband in 99. But so we were like, we'd get paid on Friday night and like go out and get, you know, a late bite somewhere. There was like a 24-hour restaurant nearby that had a smoking section in the back called, what was it called? The Renaissance or something? Yeah, I think it's the Renaissance on 9th Avenue. We loved doing that. Like we'd go, and that was kind of how the pushing of Dustin's coming with us. Because like she would bring me out with her. Like I was the bad girl smoker and Leah smoked Newports. I smoked Newports. So it was kind of like, and I guess I still had some of the New York personality style compared to the rest of the base. So she was my senior. I mean, senior. She was the DCO ops at the time. But we'd hang out. We'd go out after work, you know, around like 11:45, midnight, and we'd hang out for like an hour and change, get burgers, milkshakes, have cigarettes, of course. And that was around the time, it was that kind of setup where I got set up with Dustin. So we played that whole dating game as much as we could. And I went to my mom and I'm like, Mom, I need to get married before I get sent to the RPF. No, I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking, you know. My mom was like, "Hell's to the no, you're not getting married. You're waiting until you're 18," which didn't happen until August 2000. So somehow we made it. I think we started dating early 2000, late 99, early 2000, something like that. Somehow we made it work. And then we got married in October of 2000.
After you turned 18?
After I turned 18, yeah.
Oh my God, your mom really made you wait? What a shitty Scientology Sea Org mom. What the hell? She makes you join this Sea Org and then doesn't give you permission to get married? What a piece of shit.
The fights that I had with adults about not being treated, like you get called an adult in a small body, and then it's like double speak on the other side of shit that was like, no, but the real world sees you. The WOG world sees you as a child. You don't know the people at OSA East US that oh my God, we had no place to smoke on the base unless you went to the roof. So tried to smoke outside. Oh my gosh, I was in trouble all the time. Beth Akiyama, Roger Akiyama, Tony Trambanis, one of those three from OSA East US was always pulling me aside. Usually it was Beth. Be like, listen, you can't smoke in front of the building. You're underage. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've dedicated my life just the same as much as you have. Like, come on. What's the deal here? And she's like, just walk around the block. So that was, but there was like some times where it would change. It'd be like, nope, everybody that's an underage smoker has to quit. And I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'm not quitting. But I'll walk around the block. But yeah.
Wow. You know, I'm just realizing when you were up there, would that have been when Sharon Runyon was still up there?
Where did Sharon Runyon go?
I don't know. I thought she was one of the meanest people I'd ever met. I don't remember what her actual post was.
She was sent on the command team with Ray, Christy Colbrin, and like 10 other people. Yes.
Was Christy the Esto Network IC US when you were there?
Yes, she was.
I always forget Christy was even in East US.
That's the reason that I found you first on SPTV, but like that's who I first reached out to and like had a message sent to Christy to be like, hey, somebody actually recognized from my time there. So
wow, holy cow. But like, was she in CMO or was she in CLO?
So she was, my understanding was it was part of the CMO. It was the LRH PPRO.
Was she the PPRO?
Mm-hmm. And her husband.
Yeah.
But he was like, I feel like he was slightly lower than her. She was like the head honcho. And my God, the woman scared the hell out of me too. Because she was
terrifying.
Terrifying. Her son,
Chuck.
Yeah, I knew him because I guess he had come with the command team as a kid, and his little sister Diana. They were like not in the Sea Org yet when they first arrived. So like being in New York Org Public and doing my out ethics shit that I did, not besides being on course, like going down the street to see who was playing basketball. I met Chuck that way. So like I had met him, a couple times before and hung out a couple times before I joined the Sea Org in '98. And of course, at some point, my mom, I don't know when she found him, after I joined the Sea Org, like goes up and is like, oh, my daughter had a crush on you. Mom, why the hell are you blowing up my spot? Like,
who, Chuck Runyon?
Yeah, I guess like I had briefly had a crush on him. It's a very small pool of kids that are like, your age and whatnot have you. So.
All right. Marilyn's asking, what does PPRO mean? That's LRH's personal public relations officer, which to this day, no one has any idea what these people do.
No. They would go to like these, the Explorers Club. So the Explorers Club where LRH was like a member back in the day. And so like they eat like, I don't know, bugs at these things. It's all sorts of weird, but
yeah. No, in fact, because Mike Rinder was at OSA Int and OSA Int is supposed to handle PR as well. There were some periods where instead of being CO OSA Int, Mike was actually LRH PPRO Int, which is kind of a CMO. It's supposed to be a CMO post, but it's sort of OSA related. but I think it is CMO.
They were never at our muster ever. The Runyons were never part of the like the base musters when we had senior HCO lineup against the left wall, and then it was OSA right next to them.
Yeah.
And then then we broke it down to the rest of the org board. So I was on the other side of this.
Do you know what it is? So CMO, just like the org has its networks, CMO has its networks, which is finance, senior CS int office, and the PPRO. So the finance people and the senior CS network people and the PPRO people are technically in CMO, but CMO considers them to be those people over there. They're not real messengers. They're the networks. So whereas in an org, the networks are kind of elevated in status. In CMO, the networks are like, you guys stay over there. Because CMO are some catty ass bitches.
Oh my gosh. They tried to get me to CMO. Well, that was while Michelle Tampion was getting her ass handed to her by Miscavige. Her DCO ops, Levi Strube.
I knew Levi. I was friends with Levi because I one-way flowed him through his pro metering course at Flag.
No shit.
Yes.
So he asked me out while Michelle was up lines.
Oh, my pearls.
And I was so frightened. I was like, I didn't even have like an inkling of that kind of feeling towards him, but I was so like intimidated by like this head honcho of the CMO thinks I'm worthy of dating. Okay. So we dated for a couple
He took advantage of that uneven power dynamic. That's what Heather did to me. She was a messenger and I was a lowly ASHO staff member. And when she told me that she liked me, I couldn't say no. I didn't want to get fired. I didn't want to, this is like hashtag me too in the Sea Org.
So I had CSWs to take time off that got like fast flowed through the COCLO. Like Levi Strube is taking that Saturday off and he wants Vanessa with her. And yeah, it's getting approved.
That is so funny. So I had gone, I was on the Golden Age of Tech thing that we all went back to our orgs in May 96. But then in 98, in 98, I ended up back at Flag for like 8 months. And that's when Levi was sent there for his training. And I was working with Levi Strube and for some reason, Lori Modris. Like, I can't remember what Levi and Lori had to do with each other. Lori Modris was like the DCOI. She was like the DCOI FLO. Right. It was FCB, then it was FLO, then it was ILO. So anyway, Lori was there. Levi was there. I was actually with Levi when he found out he was going to be posted as the DCOI CMO East US. And that's another guy still in the Sea Org.
I know. That
was 26 years ago. And he was a teenager then. He was young.
Oh my gosh, he was definitely young. I heard he got married on December 31st, 1999. So we dated in spring 99 while our little spring / early summer of love while Michelle Tampion was gone. And then like she was getting replaced shortly, like a couple months after that. And I guess that was the dismantling of her deputy. So he went to Flag and we were like, oh, and you got married. This is super quick. Awesome. Well, but no, we had to break up when Michelle got back because she sent him into the tank to go look at my PC folder in full earshot of me while I'm supervising the course. This is one of those like, it's starting to unravel in my head. Like I thought that there was some sort of sacredness to PC folders that got quickly wiped away from that point onward. Like, oh, so the guy I'm dating is allowed to go into my PC folder. Cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Wow. And was it just for the purpose of her trying to get him disaffected with you?
To get him to break up with me. Because she, I guess, was like, there's no way in hell she's going to be CMO qualled. So you go look for yourself if you don't believe me.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of like, all right, well, I wasn't crazy about it anyway. It was nice having those perks, like for brief.
Yeah, Levi's no Brad Pitt.
He's not. But it was nice enough. But he definitely had the power dynamic in that. Like, I remember him being like, we're gonna go see the city and like go to the village and like go to like used record stores. And I was just kind of like along for the ride. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to make any decisions here, but sure.
I'd say as far as Sea Org spouses go, Dustin was probably a much better deal there.
He was, in terms of like being able to keep some stuff close to the chest too. Like, if he, I was so inexperienced. He had a little bit more experience when I got there, but like, I thought everything was heavy petting. So I'm like, I don't think we're allowed to do this, like making out, like, and he'd be like, fuck yeah, we are, like, he's like, and it's not heavy petting. I'm like, okay. In certain people's eyes, I'm sure we could have been found to have gone too far before marriage.
Yeah.
There was a few hot and steamy makeup sessions. Let's just put it that way. You can get some privacy in the course room, back of course room areas when all the lights are off late at night. So
that's right, because that's one of those buildings where technically you live and work in the same building. There's no reason to even leave.
Right. We did eventually run out of space, which again, like, why the fuck are you spending so much money sending people out to recruit more of us if we don't have places to put them? We had to start putting, Chuck was one of the people, we were putting some single male Sea Org staff that were in good, in good standing, not in lower conditions. They were living in this ramshack hotel around the corner called the Washington Jefferson. Did you stay there?
No.
Oh, you never did an overnight, you said, right?
No, I did. I might have done 1 or 2 overnights, which why I was just on like Athena cramming.
Yeah.
And again, I was like, I couldn't even imagine having to be a Sea Org member there.
Well, apparently this place was worse than our own berthing. But the guys that were there were okay with it because, again, you get that little bit of freedom being able to leave, and nobody can come get you at 1 a.m. if you have to go do something. Like, it would be grossly out PR, But we did expand a little bit more permanently at some point in like the early 2000s. We got an apartment. Dustin was in one of the first apartments before we got married. That place was nasty. We got a different apartment after that. And we, after Dustin and I got married, we did get selected to be in that apartment, that was really nice. There was one other apartment after that, and we were in that other apartment too. Those places were nice, but when I say apartment, I mean, there's like 11 of us living in a 2-bedroom apartment. Like, so the bedrooms are taken by couples. So it was me and Dustin, and then another couple. And, I think Jenna and her husband at the time, Brad, were in the one on 10th Avenue. And mind you, these are areas that are like high prostitution areas, like just historically. So like during the hours that we would work, we would encounter some interesting folks when we were walking home. But yeah, then so it was like 2 couples in one in each bedroom, and then the living room had at least 2, if not 3 bunk beds, sets of bunks. So there would be like six guys. Sometimes they'd put somebody on the floor when they were overflowed too. So there was at least 6 guys, single guys, that were like also living with us there. But for a while, it was kind of fun.
It didn't occur to me that they would stick single people in bunk beds in the same general berthing area as couples that were in the rooms. What's the bathroom situation like there?
Got hella crowded. I do remember it being a little, yeah. There were some times where it was like you'd walk out of your bedroom door and just be like, I hope everybody's dressed. You saw more than you'd like to, but
well, yeah, and why would they be dressed? That's the thing. Like,
I know
this
is your
crazy.
living quarters, yeah. But again, there was something that I haven't heard any other base encounter the issues we had with bathrooms that we did at CLO East West. We didn't have private bathrooms for the berthing. So the bathrooms in this building, 5, 6, and 7 is berthing. CMO has 7. Regular staff, 6 and 5. EPF 5. Kind of goes in order. the bathrooms are just this line down the hallway of bathrooms. So there's 5 or 6 bathrooms per floor, all in a line. It's like a hallway of bathrooms. And that's what we all had to use when you're living on the base. So, but you couldn't go, you know, like CMO could come down and use your bathrooms if there was too much of a line, but you could never go up to CMO's floor. So you'd constantly, this was just a regular occurrence of people in literally a towel and that's it, with their little shower caddy, and we're all just in the hallways waiting for our 3 minutes to go in and shower. So you're constantly in, and it's a skinny hallway, you know, it's New York building, New York square footage. So you're constantly like shimmying past people with your just holding onto your tiny little towel. Yeah, it was interesting. So it was kind of similar, like thinking maybe with the apartments, but yeah, you kind of had to like get over that real quick. And then the couples would go and like shower together, and oh, it's so much fun. Doesn't I didn't do that. We did. I don't know. I feel like I don't think so. I remember
that never even occurred to me that Sea Org couples would do that. But
and this is like a small bathroom too. So like you're talking about a tiny ass shower. I'm like, what are y'all doing in there? Like what? You're not room for showering basically at all.
You know, it's funny. I think of like Bob Duggan, who's donated like $300 million to Scientology. Mm-hmm. If I'm Bob Duggan and I hear that this is how Sea Org members live, I'm going to ask myself, what exactly have I donated $300 million to? What exactly is my $300 million going to? Yeah. If the most dedicated so-called clergy members of this organization, like, are living, they're destitute. I don't know. I know Bob Duggan's not getting any tours of the CLO East US birthing.
Oh, so the birthing got worse when not Levi, but Levi's parents came back from the RPF and went back into Wise. So Quentin Strube, Bronwyn Strube. Quentin had gotten into some trouble before my time and got sent to the RPF. And my understanding was that Bronwyn, it was like a 2D out 2D situation possibly. And Bronwyn was like, I'm not letting my husband go to the RPF by himself, so I'm going with him. So she just went to the RPF with him. And they came back, and then around there was a brief transition while Levi had Bronwyn and Quentin there before Levi left. So, but when he came back, Quentin in particular, and like he basically was the one to like reinstate renos in the CLO East US on one of the weekend days, and he was one of the people that were like, we can make these bunk beds bigger. Let's just add an extra bunk to them, because at that time they were 2 bunk. They were like built.
I thought Quentin was just the COIs.
He was, but for some reason he took it upon himself to have this like go get him attitude of being like, we can do things better. We were doing so much. And so Renos started up with gusto, a Renos Day. And we literally, like, these were professionally built bunk beds. I don't think they were built by Sea Org members. It looked like they had been bought somewhere. And we had to dismantle them and, like, with plywood, build a middle into it. So you pushed the second bunk up, and then like we jerry-rigged this middle bunk in there. It was crazy.
That was the Scientology bright think idea. Let's extend the bunk bed so we can squeeze more people in.
Yes.
Amazing.
A huge catalyst for me getting out of single life was around that time. I was like, well, I better find myself a mate because this shit's for the birds.
Wow. So what, so you were in the SO from what, 98 to 2000 what?
2003.
2003. So what led to you leaving? How did that happen? And was it a nightmare, or how did it all work out?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a sad story. So March 13th, 2003 is when Ellie Perkins was murdered. And by that time, I had been sent to, it was the FLO at the time. It was the FLO my entire time in the Sea Org, but I was sent to ITO. I sent myself to ITO, so that stat went up. No, by that time I was the chief off, so it was somebody else's stat. But I got sent to ITO to do rollback training. So that was around September or October 2002. And that immediately pushed me into like this new category of expendable, put her on every time we're sending a mission out for recruitment type thing. Being one of the few people that were meter trained, let alone rollback trained. So as soon as that happened, Jeremy Perkins murdering his mother, Ellie, on Ella Rich's birthday, which was incredibly extra bad. It was almost overnight that we got sent out there to do like a flourish and prosper recruitment mission. And it was like, you're going to be there for months. This is not going to be an overnight thing. Like, we're going to get you an apartment, and it was an FLO mission. So like, it was like we had FLO funds. So there was none of this sleeping on public's couches. They were like,
you had the whole nother level money.
Whole nother level. Absolutely.
So hold on. So Jeremy Perkins murders his mother.
Yeah.
And you guys are sent out to recruit.
Yes. I mean,
that is unbelievable.
I've
never heard that.
I feel awful. Like, at least I wasn't somebody actively going up there to cover it up, but like, still, like,
were there other people out there covering it up?
From, not that I directly remember seeing, but the landlord people were all there already doing the whole new org. So they were like, they had mostly, the org was getting ready, the new building was getting ready at that point. But they were still in the old building. It was just like, there was a lot of Sea Org members in the area. I don't remember seeing anybody else from like, I don't remember seeing anybody else. No, we pretty much had besides the landlord office, we kind of were running the show with Jeff to like and the Has at the time, I can't remember her name, really nice young lady. Shoot, I can't remember her name. But it was like, yeah, we got to fill this new org, we're going to do, we want to have Scientology flourish and prosper. And, we're just going to focus on that part. So in the beginning, I was the mission IC and I had Rebecca Spirka was my second. And I still didn't feel great about recruitment, but I was like, okay, well, we've got this added catalyst of the building and stuff. And I'll just try to like just like tried to not think about what had just happened, the reason we were sent there. But my God, when I first saw Jeff, I was just like, what do I say? Like, I'm so like, it was really hard to be like, let's flourish and fucking prosper in the light of something so despicable. But we were there for months. And in the beginning, it was okay, I guess. Like, we were trying to make it, make it a positive thing while we were there. We're here to help you. Like, it was constantly like we're not here to, talk down on anybody. We're here to help you build your org. And really tried to push it along those lines. At some point, we weren't doing things fast enough for management's likings. So I got replaced by somebody from FLO, a missionaire. He was an Australian guy. I don't remember. It might have been Wayne. I'm not sure. But he became the mission IC. I got made the second. Rebecca got made the third. And he had a driver's license. So now all of a sudden we were able to bring me with the e-meter to be the bad guy, rollbacker, find out who's spreading nastiness about, Scientology in the field. It's keeping the stats down. So I was like the ace in the hole, and Wayne was able to drive. We were driving all over Western New York. We, up into Canada. Like, we were going crazy far to like get old school Scientologists to try and handle them to get back on staff.
Since this is relevant to the story here, This is Gabrielle from Escaping the Cultiverse.
Yes,
Can you explain what rollback is for the chat?
Yeah. So it's when you're trying to find Black propaganda, and it's this super secretive course that you're only allowed to take up in ITO. And the materials are kind of kept like OT materials. They're kept under lock and key. And it's basically about like how there was like all sorts of weird stuff about the government and who really shot Bobby Kennedy and how the mind control that was used on Saran, and all this crazy stuff that we had to study. But basically, when you go back and you try to do this rollback, you're looking for the source of the source of a Black propaganda or Black PR statement. So, somebody said David Miscavige is an a-hole. Like, let's find who actually said it, and then it's like spread, and you make like a chart. Like you're supposed to like you're finding the source.
Did it ever become obvious to you that people were just rolling back to people they didn't like?
I really never had it like successfully work. But one time that I did get like a source was in New York, was at the New York org. This is after Buffalo. And I had to I think it was Richard Beatty, the guy I said was the mission holder in TNAC and had worked at Ability School. He's like an OTA. So that was fun. Pretty sure I traced something back to him. Oh, well, he never let go of that grudge. He basically, because my mom passed right around this time from cancer, and I think he immediately was like, your brothers who are in Ability School, they're going to get charged full price. No more discounts. That was one of the penalties of mine for putting him on a rollback. Yeah.
So a rollback is essentially trying to find if there's some negative line going around. So for example, David Miscavige is impossible to work with. Like if it's heard, if it's discovered that it seems like this is something people are saying, the goal is to find out who is the first person to have said it, who's the source of this, right?
Yes.
Now I could never understand why this process was confidential. It's the stupidest process ever.
Yeah. And the materials that we're reading, I'm like, why is this confidential? Like, there's so much of what Hubbard has written that's like batshit crazy.
Yeah.
But this
and experienced Sea Org members who are used to getting these rollback interviews know damn well what the purpose of the entire process is. It's to find out who started the entire thing. So people just roll back to someone they don't like.
That was probably happening, and I just didn't realize it. It was probably why Richard Beatty's name came up so many times.
Yeah, the old crusty veteran Sea Org members like Jim Platt and Bill Screevers and Dick Orchu. These people would be like originating the Black PR and then just rolling back to some poor schmuck they didn't like.
So I was still like a true believer at this time in the e-meter, and like I've heard you guys talk about like cheating FNs and stuff. I did not know how to do it. I don't know.
Really?
No, I like, yeah. I could.
What about? Did you hear Serge say that he passed his FNing assessment at the end of the RPF using a fucking simulator under the blanket?
What? No. My cheats were different. It was about, and this is gonna sound kind of woo-woo, but like I would just try to like fill myself with like good positive vibes, and I could kind of feel like an energy, like it's like a slow like hum of like, oh yeah, this is great, and really try to like zone out. But I was trying to get that FN that way. There was no like motion squeezing or anything like that I'd ever figured out. And I did this the other way too. The second COCMO that we had was Carrie Iber, and I fucking loved her. Carrie Iber, I think she was from South Africa, beautiful woman. She came with her husband, John Iber, who was the FLO rep for us. So he would run programs.
I got to tell you, by the time I got to Ash O'Day, John Ibert was my D of P.
What?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And his daughter, I'm going to forget her name. She's basically the one who got me and Heather together, basically.
He has a daughter?
He has a daughter, yes.
How did that happen?
Well, she's just one of these kids who was born in the Sea Org.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Allison Ibert. Allison was their daughter.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So John was Carrie was the COCMO. What was John? I think you said it, but I
FLO rep. So he was running programs into the course room. So like I dealt with John on a lot of stuff, all the time programs, program targets before 2. It was him and one of the programs ops from CMO that I dealt with all the goddamn time.
Well, and John was a really nice guy, wasn't he?
So nice. Like my mom was battling cancer for almost the majority of my SEER career. And because it was an hour away, it was in a special circumstance. The bus terminal is for 6 or 7 blocks from the CLO base. So like there really was no good reason that people could be like, you can't go see your mom. Like he was super nice. He was more compassion than most of the people on the base. And he like would go to bat for me to be able to go see my mom, whether it was, taking my CSP time and me doing my cleaning stations the night before or what have you, just like making ways to like help me out. And like, I remember him taking me outside and giving me a hug, like, because I was, getting misemotional.
It's funny that there are, it's funny that there are actual long-term veteran SEERG members who are still honest to God human beings.
They were the nicest people. Nicest people. Like it was amazing. It was so night and day from Michelle Tampion to Carrie Ibert. But what I was getting at with that was, so she then was getting audited the crap out of to get her sent up lines. So we had a third COCMO come in towards the end of my time in the SEER, Sabine Eggerer. So while she was doing all these processes, this auditing to be ready or whatever, I was her examiner. And like, yeah, I was examiner for most people on the base, but like, no, nobody else could be her examiner. Like I was the chosen one. And yeah, I felt pretty fucking good about that until I was on, leave at my mom's house for, my parents' house for Christmas. And it was like, you need to come back. You need to come back and give Carrie Ibert an exam. But for the most part, while I was there on the base, I didn't.
Is it because she would red tag with everyone else?
No, she said in no uncertain terms, nobody else is allowed to give me an exam, only Vanessa. And I would literally like flow this woman so much like love and energy into her while I was giving her an exam.
You floated that needle for her, huh?
I swear to God, I pretty much did for like at least a handful of times. Like, no, we're not leaving here. And I would sit there and I would hang out and wait till it happened.
Okay. Well, since you did so many exams, I want to get your take on my secret formula for the examiner, which is they want you to FN just as much as you do, okay? Because it's part of their stat as well. And all you got to do is you have to keep talking until the examiner stops looking at the meter and just looks at you. That's their signal that's their unspoken signal for your needle floated now. You can stop talking whenever and you're good. And that's the unspoken language. I don't know. Is that how you did it? So when it was coming to courses, I feel like that was more necessary. Like there wasn't so much chitting chat on like after an auditing session. But that could very well be because our exam station in the CTO, we just had one big room on the back of the first floor. So like for the longest time, the exam station for everything was right next to the course room. Like there's nothing separating us. There was like a piece of glass, not even glass, plexiglass. You would like just come around a little corner, but it didn't go up to the ceiling, so you could hear everything. Oh, geez, Louise.
But she was partial to me. And like Jenna Cordian, she was my senior at one point too. I've met up with her a couple times since leaving, but she got sucked back into Scientology, unfortunately. She would like talk to me, even like the last time I ran into her about like, do you remember how Carrie Ibert wouldn't ever allow me to give her an exam? And I'm like, yeah. I was a chosen one. Sorry.
Okay, so your route out of the Sea Org had
so
to do with going to Buffalo.
not exactly. I was there doing the thing, kind of living better than usual because we get to eat out all the time. We're getting money from FLO. Like, it was way better than like beans and rice shit that we were dealing with back at CLO. Like, there was a lot of heavy-handed ethics stuff coming down the lines in the early 2000s. And I remember sleeping under my desk a couple times with the whole base, being put under some sort of stupid lower condition, beans and rice, continuing for weeks at a time, mandated for the whole base. So there was a lot of that shit going on. So I was like, get me out of here. FLO's paying, amazing, kind of like started coming into my own a little bit. Oh my gosh, Rebecca and I went to the mall on CSP. Like, we took a taxi there, like crazy. I saw, oddly enough, I saw Dustin's brother, because at that point, Dustin and I obviously were married. Dustin's family is from Buffalo. So his brother was in a band, a hard punk rock band called Kid Vicious, I think. And they opened for Pantera.
Wow.
And it was like a Saturday night, and he was like, you want to come? You want to come to the concert? And I was like, okay. The org closed at, Saturday night. And so I basically didn't ask any permission. I was just kind of like, Rebecca, I'm doing this. And at that point, I was still the IC. So in my finest Gap outfit, I went to this hard rock concert. I'm like on the stage watching, oh my gosh, felt like such a fish out of water there. But anyway, so things are going along there for a couple months. And then out of nowhere, the mission ops calls me up and he's like, pack your bags, you're going home. And I'm like, the mission? Is the mission failed? He's like, no, you're going back to New York. And I was like, okay, why? And he's like, well, you need to call your dad. And I'm like, call my dad? That's like unheard of. And I'm like, is everything okay? Is it something with my mom? And he's like, you just need to call your dad. Okay. And at that point, she had been battling cancer. It had gone into remission at one point, and then it had come back. And nobody had told me just how back it had come. And I called my dad, and he's like, you need to come see your mom. Like, she's getting close. Like, it's not, the cancer's run its course. I got a flight back, and it starts getting a little blurry around this point, but I went to go see her, and I was told before seeing her by people at the people at the CLO, I think it was Leah though, being like, well, you should tell your mom that, it's okay for her to drop her body because it's so bad when you go see her. Because, I don't know, people are, they're doing so much, and she's just, it's time, like her body, just make sure she knows that it's okay to drop her body. And I'm like, I thought she was fine. Like, last time I saw her was in remission. Like, and I got to the hospital, and it was like stage 5. And then what had originally been breast cancer was now like bone marrow, brain, like liver shot. She had jaundice, and she was like unrecognizable. She had shrunk like nearly a foot in the time of this. Before, when she was healthy, she was like 5'8". She was like below 5 foot at this point.
How long had it been since you'd seen her last?
Probably about 5 months at that point.
That's it?
Maybe 6. Yeah, I'd seen her at Christmas, and this was early June. And And I saw her, and I told her, you know, I begrudgingly kind of did what they had asked, but I was going to do it on my terms. And my terms were that I was going to tell her that I'm going to leave the Sea Org to help with my dad and my brothers. Of course, CLO doesn't know that, you know, they're sending me in on basically a quasi mission, being like, tell her it's okay to drop her body so you can get back on purpose. I was like, yeah, I'll let her know it's okay to drop her body because she's in so much pain. She was like vomiting blood, like while I was there. And like the relief that came over her face when I was like, yeah, this is happening. You know, I'll take care of it. She's like, your dad, my youngest brother was 6 at the time. My dad was basically just working and paying the bills. Like my mom had been doing the parenting. Granted, while she was sick, they had some help, but still, like. So anyway, I just like, listen, you know, that's it. I'm out. And she was so relieved. She was like, you know, she had been holding on, literally holding on, just to see me and also to like get some sort of okay, that it was okay, that her family was going to be okay after she passed. And I had already been ready to pull that card years before when she had first gotten sick. Before Dustin and I even got married, I told him on the roof while we were smoking, I said, listen, you know, if shit goes sour, you know, if shit goes south and this cancer thing doesn't work out, like I danced around the words so that it wasn't like just out there, but I'm like, my family's comes first. And he was like, abso-fucking-lutely. Somehow we skirted by the next few years and that never came up. It never came up. And anyway, so I knew, like, as soon as like that was back on the table, I'm like, no, I don't care what position of seniority I hold. You're my mom. I'm going to take care of my family. She passed that night. So she had just been waiting. She'd been waiting to get some sort of, see me, get some closure. Like that, the woman was my rock. Like we had such a tight relationship. She was just, yes, she had her faults and whatever, and her Scientology at some point, like, would show, you know, if you injured yourself, she would get real stern and quiet and touch it back. But like, besides that, she was like the most compassionate Scientologist that I knew. Like, people loved her. They loved her. Kids at ability school, parents, like, she was just a really amazing person. And yeah, she passed that night and I wasn't there. I was back at the CLO. But yeah, so things, I didn't say anything to anybody officially. I just kind of was like, well, I'm going to need to figure this out. I need to figure out how the fuck I'm getting out of here. And I think shortly thereafter, my mission, the Buffalo mission officially failed. So we were all getting ComEv'd. So I wasn't on post anyway, and I was doing something, I don't know, some bullshit. And I blew. I was taking CSP in a weird hour, not with the rest of the base. And I think it was like a weekday, not the usual weekend. And we had to do our laundry around the corner because there wasn't enough laundry washing machines on the base. So under the guise of laundry, I left and I went to the bus depot. I took the bus back to my dad's house and went in, wrote myself a check from his checkbook to cash, and started just trying to piece together a plan to get as far away as I freaking could from from them. I knew I was eventually going to be with my family, but I needed to get away from anybody trying to fucking handle me, because I knew they were going to try and handle me. Meter trained, senior executive. Yeah, they were like not going to part with me easily, and I knew that. So I needed to get as far away as I could, and the blow drill was initiated very shortly after that. I narrowly avoided running into Dustin. Dustin had been sent to my house to find me. He found, not me, but he found a note that I'd left my dad saying that I had taken a check, and I was on the run.
So wait, did you took a bus to your dad's house?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then even blew from there.
Yeah.
Even.
So then because I knew they were coming, so I was like, I just didn't realize how far the blow drill was going to extend. I figured they were going to come into Jersey and then like look around that area. I didn't realize they were covering all the regional airports too. So I took then a bus back to New York City, subway to JFK Airport, and I was with cash in hand from this check I had just written out to cash. I'm just like, here's Josh Jacoby's name comes up again. By this point, Josh had left staff, and he was in college at Arizona State University. And it was like the one person I could think of that sounded like he was not in the bubble, really, at the moment. I knew him and I had had a relationship with him. I was like, I'll get on a fucking flight to Arizona and somehow I'm going to fucking find him. I don't know how those thoughts all lined up, but in my haze of like, I need to get a plan together and not having a plan together, I was up at the counter and like, I think I was about to buy a ticket or something. And I got tapped on the shoulder by Pablo Escobedo, who had been sent as a part of the Renault's crew for the New York org. He was somebody who had been busted down from some senior level position. All 10 of them, or so I think it was 10. They were all from like various WDC, CMON people that were all like the dregs of New York society that had been sent to do the New York org Renault's. So he was one of those.
So they were watching all the ticket counters for all the airlines at JFK.
So I think I was about to buy a ticket and then I was like walking around or something and he found me. I hadn't bought a ticket yet, but he found me and tapped me on the shoulder and I don't know, started. And I was, I should have made a scene. I should have made a scene and been like, get the F away from me. All these things in hindsight, but I think I just fell apart and started crying and then it's like, and then Leah comes around once again. So Leah has him, he escorts me to a restaurant in Little Italy where she like, all of a sudden the love bombing that starts about how it's, everybody loves your mom and it's okay. We understand why you did this and everything's going to be fine. And this went on over a meal for hours of this love bombing. And I'm in such a fragile state at this point. And I was like, all right, fine. I'll do it the proper way or something to that effect. Or she's going to put me, she was my auditor too, because she was one of the few people that was actually did auditing. So she was going to give me a session and etc. So I got handled for a little bit. Yeah.
How long was this after the passing of your mom?
Very soon. My initial blow was very soon after it, maybe a couple weeks. I mean, right after my mom passed, there was like memorial service and funeral and wake. And like, so it was kind of being kept busy by helping my dad take care of all that.
Did your dad know that you had told your mom that?
Mm-mm. Because I knew that I didn't know. He was already disaffected. I would always get PTS handlings if I was trying to go home and see my disaffected dad. But I still just wasn't, I couldn't trust it. So, no, I hadn't told him. Get handled, get quickly out of the conditions. I think it was like a sympathy thing. It felt like it was steamrolled, but like I had to get handled because then my dad and I and my brothers went to Wales, where his family is from, to like see his entire family.
Oh, wow.
And it was like, they weren't going to let me go. And I'm like, I don't think you understand this. This is like, if you don't let me go, this is a huge flap. Like, I have to go. So like my passport photo from that time, I looked like a drowned rat. Like, it was crazy. I was in such shambles, but I was allowed to go. So then I came back and I'm like in this good standing, but not on a post anymore because I'd been removed from the chief off position. So now I was just sort of floating around the CTO and like getting sent on these day trip recruit missions to roll back people. So I went to like New Haven, New York org, like various places. But in my head, I'm like, no, I'm fucking leaving. Like this is going to happen. And I tried to like plant that, bring it up to Dustin, and it's completely obtuse. The conversation we had a couple years prior, ancient history. Like it never happened. He was the ED of Long Island org at that point, and he was commuting there, on a daily basis. So he was like living large, let's put it that way. So I get a little chummy with one of my juniors in the CTO, who's the daughter of the ED of New Haven, Katie Wallema. So I turned 21 in the Sea Org during this weird time, and me, her, and a guy, Colin Maddie, I don't remember where he worked, but he was in the course room a lot. We were like starting to hang out, and I had just gotten my, ability to drink. So I'm like, I can at least numb myself a little bit on a Friday night. So we would like go and get beers at a nearby pizza place, and kind of being a little off purpose, right? The three of us. I think Colin had a crush on Katie, something like that. Anyway.
I did not know the Wallemas were from New Haven.
Mm-hmm.
I knew a Tyler Wallema in the Sea Org at Astro, like tall, real strange looking dude. Do you happen to know Tyler? Like, I didn't even know I never knew where this guy came from. I didn't even know he came from a Scientology family. Although it makes sense, of course, he would have had to because he was a young guy.
I want to say her mom's name is Gail Wallema. I'm not sure, but she's been the ED of New Haven for a ton of time. And I want to say Tyler is probably sibling of Katie.
Yeah. Okay.
But Katie had been a supervisor too. So in the CTO, she was a couple years younger than me. And at some point in our little off-purpose hangout, smoking cigarettes, me drinking some beers and passing people sips, there must have been some horrendous evening where we both were like, I'm sick of this. And we blew together.
Wow. The ultra rare double blow.
Yeah. And the whole time, I'm nervous as fuck that she's, not fully with this, that I am. But I knew from my time being a out ethics New York public kid, like what you could do around the city and not be like literally homeless on the streets. Cause I was petrified of that, of like somebody giving us hard drugs or like getting attacked on the streets at night. Like we knew that if we wanted to make an impingement, like a real blow, we had to be out all night. Like we couldn't just blow and like be like, did people even know we were blown? No, like that wasn't going to count, Like,
because I was going to say the first blow, you were gone for like part of a day.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Not even a full day. So I was like, we have to be gone long enough for them to do the blow drill, for them to realize it's real for us. It's not just like, they're just young and whatever. So I knew that the best place to be young, didn't matter what ID you had or didn't have, the best place to be young and not out on the streets and be access to clean bathrooms, etc., was pool halls. So we played a ton of pool, like Josh, Gabe, back in the day, like when they first get fired back, we would all like Saturday nights, like go out and play pool, smoke cigarettes, drink beers in the pool halls. So there was a pool hall on the Upper East Side that I had known about. One of those great nights that I broke my dad's curfew before I went into the Sea Org. So we went there, and the bartender, we were like playing pool, drinking, and like also acting super nervous because we're like, oh my God, this is really happening now. Like, we wound up closing the place down. At some point, the bartender realized that we were like in trouble. And he was like, well, you can come home with me. So we did. And he wasn't bad looking. He was a nice guy, super nice. But I was like, all right, I guess this is happening. The base, well, apparently the things that they spread about what we did versus what we actually did is ridiculous.
I have an
idea. Probably said we had
idea.
an orgy or something. But by the time that shit turned and like we got blacklisted by the whole base, I'm pretty sure they were told something way worse than what happened. I didn't do anything more than kiss the guy. I was married. Like, I just wanted to blow. I didn't want to like cheat on Dustin too. Like, I think Katie and I both just separately made out with him a couple times. But yeah, there was like fucking orgy. That's what they did, you know, like so out ethics, DB crims. But yeah, in the morning, we're like in the sobriety of morning, and he's like, what are you gonna do now? And we're like, I guess we have to go back. Like, where are we gonna go? Like, so we just brought ourselves back. We went back to the base willingly. And then I was like the lowest of the low. Didn't matter that my mom is dead. Didn't matter that I had wanted to leave. I was the lowest of the low, and put on the decks, and I'm like, I don't think you understand this enough. I'm out of here. Like, I'm fucking leaving. What do I have to do to make this happen? And they're not having it. They wanted to send me to the RPF. I said, I'm not doing the RPF. I'm leaving. And then at that point, the woman who had been the DCOI, I was the chief off. So we were both in Ray Matheson's office, this commanding officer of the CLO. We had worked together. We were like, you know, the top of the, but she was a fucking sociopath. Jenny Runyon. She married Chuck Runyon. So it was Jenny Crow from DC. Now at that point, Jenny Runyon. And she was overseeing all the, you know, ethics stuff. So that was her side of the org board. And she was a vicious person. Like, one of the people that I caught her one point in the before this all went happened in the course room. She smiles when people are truly in pain or unhappy. She would get joy out of it. And it was the first time I'd ever seen that, like, not in a movie. And I remember filing it away mentally, like, there's something wrong with her. Like,
what was her maiden name?
Crowe. Crowe. Scientology family. But she lit into me like an inch from my face for a long period of time. Felt like 20 minutes maybe of just like screaming, spitting, like seething. You're an SP, you know, don't you dare think you're going to take Dustin with you. Like, just like the worst things you could possibly say to another human being. And I broke down. I could not handle it. I had some sort of breakdown. I was just like, well, if you're not going to let me go, I'm leaving this base one way or another. And if it's in a fucking body bag, then that's the way it's going to be. And first thing I did, I think I like ran upstairs onto the first floor into a bathroom with like a nail clipper and was like trying to scratch my wrists. That wasn't working. So I went to the roof, and the building, like I said, is 7 stories. And I sat there and I put my legs over the edge. And it was raining, I think. I was just bawling, crying. And I'm like, well, this is just how it's going to have to be because I don't see any other way out of here. And I had wanted out my family, but they're not going to let me go. So I said, all right, this is how it's going to have to be. And I was preparing myself to, to jump. And this is where, like, I'm still to this day not really sure what happened. If it was my mom that came to me, or if it was God, or if it was like my higher self. I'm not sure, but it was a person came to me and basically was like, don't do this. Like, you're going to be okay. Like, but you can't do this. Like, and like with such love that I hadn't felt in such a long time, like unconditional love. I didn't see anybody, but it was a feeling of there being a person like right there with me. And at that time, I just assumed it was my mom. And I cried a bit more, and I realized, like, okay, I'll figure out another way. And I calmed down, and not exactly sure how it got to OSA when it did, but I think it was me going in session maybe a week after that or something, where it came
And
up.
by the way, nobody knew you were on the roof. Nobody was checking on you. Nobody, nothing.
No, I was a DB crim. I was Miss Emotional, HENR, all the things. So I just brought myself back in, and I think it was being in session at some point, because I'm not sure exactly who said it to who, if it went to the CS and the CS went to OSA, but like really quickly after that last time on the cans, it was like 48 hours and I was off the base. Like, I was brought around the corner again with this freaking gaslighting. Tony Shrambanis is like, well, if you wanted to leave, well, it's fine. You can leave anytime. Like, just sign this non-disclosure agreement. You're fine. You're fine. You can leave, but you leave whenever you want. Like, okay, yeah, sure. I just had to almost throw myself off the roof in order for that to happen, but sure. And then I did not do like the leaving staff sec check at that point. I was now a PR flap. So they got me off that base so fucking fast, back to my dad's house. And they were still freaking fighting, though. They were like, well, you have to do it the right way, otherwise you're going to get declared, so you're going to have to come back and do the leaving staff sec check. Your brothers and your dad, they're in, blah, blah, blah.
So they wanted you off the base, but they still wanted you to go through the routing out process.
Yes. And like an idiot, I did. I went back and I did the leaving staff sec check. Frank Manolfi was my auditor. He had been my junior. He was the CS. He did the sec check. There's certain things that come up that I can just recall. Like, I had to recall something from my childhood of like having getting sexualized at a very young age by another girl. That was like my big secret that I'd kept that whole time in Scientology. That like when I was 7 or 8, like some older girl had like molested me. I mean, I wasn't interested in sex before then. And he was, oh God, I could see it in his face, how turned on he was getting when I was reading it. It was so disgusting. But Leah had to give me an exam because there were so few people left on the base who were meter trained. And I remember her giving me the exam. And as soon as I put the cans down, she's like, get this fucking SP out of my face. Like, as so loud. So the entire course room heard. And I just immediately start bawling. So I had a red tag on me for I don't even know how long. Like, I don't know how they ever cleared up the fact that I was red tagged and allowed to leave. Like, I'm not going back on the fucking cans. So I'm not gonna be put through this again. We're done. We're through. I'm out. And thank God my dad is can be intimidating, to say the least. People in Scientology were legit frightened of him. It's like, if she's done. She's done. Like, we're out of here, you know? So that was it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, it occurred to me a few weeks ago, and I mentioned this in a video, but Scientology as an organization does this weird thing where it gets rid of people who want to be there and holds on to people who don't want to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You end up with just this fucked up organization. Like, the people who get declared are the people who'd rather stay.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
For sure.
Unless they're just talking about declaring someone after they've already blown, which is different, right? But they'll literally get rid of people who would rather stay and insist on keeping people who would rather leave. But I guess I'm talking about the Sea Org specifically, right? Where if they would have just let you leave the Sea Org the first time you wanted to leave the Sea Org and made it easy, you'd probably still be a Scientologist in good standing right now.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but
absolutely. Yeah. And then you see this dark underside. Like, in hindsight, I have to say, like, everything that happened, the trouble I got into with Flag, which I still haven't shared that with you, it's kind of funny. I'm grateful for the adversity that I had, because I got to see the belly of the beast. Like, I got to see the darkest parts, because if I had never gone into the Sea Org, I would still be a public Scientologist. Like, oh, everything's great. No, that shit doesn't happen. Like, that's just these isolated SPs that are disaffected, apostates, yada, yada. Like, no, me seeing the true horror and how they don't, like, support their employees. It was definitely like the eye-opening stuff to, like, get me mentally out of Scientology, because there were other people that left CLO East US in the subsequent years that didn't have nearly as hard of a time in that process, that just went right back into Scientology. Yeah, they're a little weirded out by their bad experience in the Sea Org, but then they forget. That gets swept. Oh no, everything's different now. Oh no, everything's better. I'm like, really? It's been 2 years. How is everything better? Tell me.
Don't you love how everyone in Scientology responds to criticism about things that have happened in the past by saying things are so much better now? And in order to say something is better, you actually have to admit that something was actually bad in the past.
Yeah.
And no one ever actually admits that things were bad in the past. Ever. And I love how David Miscavige is always the one fixing what's wrong in present time. And you go, David Miscavige has been in charge since like 1988. He's literally the one responsible for anything that he is now fixing. But there's something about being in a cult. It shuts down your ability to process information critical of that cult, because I'll repeat this, and I think you agree with me. Scientologists, by and large, are intelligent people.
Oh, for sure. And
there's something about the way cults control your behavior, your access to information, your thoughts, your emotions. Behavior? Yeah, behavior, information, thoughts, and emotions that makes you really, really stupid when it comes to your own cult. And so, like, for example, everything you've just described is an atmosphere and a culture originally created by L. Ron Hubbard, and I would say made worse by David Miscavige. And, the culture that I got sick of when I was in the Sea Org in LA, like, I left because I hated the culture, not because I hated Scientology. I hated the culture. I hated the experience. I didn't hate Scientology. I didn't hate David Miscavige. I didn't hate L. Ron Hubbard. But even though David Miscavige was the head of the Sea Org, every problem I had in the Sea Org in LA, I attributed to the fact that we were too far away from David Miscavige. That if David Miscavige was there and in charge, things would be great, because things seemed pretty good at Flag when I was there as an out-of-work trainee. Everything seemed great at Flag. And Flag was basically David Miscavige's org. And PAC sucks because it's No, it's under other people's jurisdiction and not David Miscavige's jurisdiction. I wonder what your thoughts were about David Miscavige in the Sea Org.
I was mortified of David Miscavige. I knew, I just mortified. I'm so happy he didn't come to the base while I was there. And I think that it was my experience with Michelle Tampion that sort of cemented that. Because I'm like, what in the what is going on up there that you come back with a fire in your pants? Okay, granted, Levi had asked me out, but like, you broke us up. Like, you didn't need to. She slapped a court of ethics on me. Like, I was actually happy at that point. Like in the Sea Org, like I had just started my time as a course supervisor. I was really taking ownership of like the course room and like being a standard course supervisor and making it my own. And she just fucking wiped the floor with me, like for bullshit reasons. I don't even remember what the reason that she gave, but yeah, I got a court of ethics slapped on me. And I'm like, something, what the F? Like, what's happening up there when you go there and you're not coming back like happy and like ready to go? Like, you're coming back uber.
So your experience with the COCMO, you were like, whatever she is, however she is, David Miscavige must be much worse.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what, because you mentioned Christy Colburn earlier. So I remember Christy saying, I don't remember when Christy Colburn and Chris Colburn got married. Was Chris?
While I was there.
So Chris was at the CLO East US as well?
Yes, he was.
Well, somehow they ended up in CMO Africa.
Right? I know.
Oh, did my earbud just die? Wow, hold on. Let me throw in another one. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a sec here. That has never happened to me before. Testing. Can you hear me?
It's a ghost in the machine.
Oh, good. There you are. I can hear you. Okay. Anyway, Chris and Christy ended up in CMO Africa.
Yeah.
Colburn was the CO CMO Africa.
Right.
Christy was the DCO. Chris was called up to INT. It sounds like just like Michelle Tampion. And spent like, I don't know, 2-3 weeks at INT under David Miscavige. He went back to Africa. They'd been born and raised in Scientology. They've been in the Sea Org forever. He's the most senior Sea Org member in Africa. He comes back and he tells Christy, pack your bags. We're leaving. Because of his experience with David Miscavige.
Right. Yeah.
When you said that Michelle went up and then came back, I was like, oh my God, that might have been the same little evolution that Chris Colburn was on.
It might have been. That was in 99. Christy and Chris were still at our base at that time because I was there for when Christy got married to Chris. So she was Christy King when it first started. And then at some point, I'm pretty sure when there's a base wedding, everybody goes. So pretty sure we were there for their wedding.
Okay, so this would have been years later then that Chris went up.
Yes. But I feel like that was the beginning. Like now in my understanding of what's happened, the whole and all those things, like the writing was on the wall from way back then in 99 of being like, something's not right over the rainbow. Like something's gone horribly wrong over the rainbow. People are not getting the magical experience I was expecting it to be. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you finally got out of the Sea Org, and you'd said your dad had already been disaffected for a long time, were you still technically in good standing?
Not in good standing per se. I mean, they were having me do an ethics program by making amends at the local org when I could. Like I helped with central filing once or twice. I think I paid like a nominal amount towards my freeloader debt, like maybe like $100 or something before I said F this. tried to like reconnect with some of my childhood friends. Even that was like grossly eye-opening, of like people that parents were on staff at New York Org that all of a sudden knew all my business, right? Because I showed up as an ex-Sea Org member with an ethics program. So like if somebody, all these parents of these friends of mine are now on staff, they all know the shit, right? So people that were like childhood friends of mine, I remember like trying to reconnect with them, and it was just the weirdest interaction ever, like condescending. And I'm like, y'all liked my mom. Like, what? You would think in a normal world they would have had some compassion. There was no, I'm so sorry. There was no compassionate hugs. It was just like no time had passed. Oh, hey. But sort of like we know that you did something bad. Like, I don't know. Whatever had been spread about me, right? Whatever gross exaggeration of she probably had an orgy and that's why she's out of the Sea Org or something like that. Threesome, whatever. But yeah, I can't hear you. Cannot hear you.
Casting. How about now?
Gotcha. Yep.
I don't know what happened. That's interesting because what dirt there was to know would have been about you as a Sea Org member, and generally they try not to spread that stuff around. Generally,
so here's the caveat.
Yeah.
For the longest time, we didn't have a CS, so all of our pre-clear folders, we were running folders to New York Org and Celebrity Center. Kind of had to divvy out. Oh yeah. So the senior CS New York F, Debbie Endersky. Debbie? Yeah, Debbie. She did a lot of CSing for us. Then less so at CC New York, less so at Day, but we kind of tried to spread it around so that we wouldn't burn our bridges, because they're like, why should we do this work for you? We have enough work on our own, but we had to like grease the wheels and do that. So there's definitely, and I already knew that the sanctity of a pre-clear folder didn't exist. So I kind of just put two and two together.
That's right. Incredible. So how did things go for you after that? What's the next chapter in this story after leaving the Sea Org?
So I come home and it's kind of like, oh, I've reintroduced myself to my brothers. Started working for a Scientologist. I was given a position. In hindsight now, I'm pretty sure that was set up based on everybody else's experience I can hear. Because the husband of the person I was working for was my dad's FSM originally. The Epsteins out of Cresskill, New Jersey. So it was Sandy Epstein, Gary Epstein, and then they had two daughters. Did that for a couple months, realized that in no uncertain terms that I was being spied on and trying to be managed, remotely.
Is Gary Epstein Ashley Epstein's? Did you know his daughters?
So it was Laura Epstein was the older daughter, and then the younger daughter, I can't remember, but it may have been an A name. I can't remember. Allie Epstein. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Not Ashley, I don't think.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
So I figured out a way out of that, and I met a guy. It was like the perfect match for me at the time, my train wreck self. I was literally 21 and had no friends, and dropped into this world where I'm like caretaking my brothers, my dad, and pretty sure I need to go to school. I'm the right age, but anyway, we met. We were, started dating. He, non-Scientologist, and I got my GED. And then I applied to a 2-year, I don't think they did bachelor's programs. I applied to a program and got into a private college for interior design. And that was like also a catalyst for me to be like, wait, when did that happen? No, I realized I needed to get away from the Epsteins. So I was like, I want to work at a restaurant. And I gave some sort of excuse like, I'm going to start going to college. It makes sense to have a job with night hours. That was my spiel to get that ball rolling. So I did, and started waiting tables. My ex got me a job through his neighbor who was working at a restaurant nearby. So I started waiting tables. And then I switched out of that program and went into a 4-year college once I had grades, because it was difficult getting into any school without a high school education. But once I had made like the honor roll or the dean's list, I was on the dean's list. So I was able to use that, roll it over, and get into the state university into a 4-year program. I did, and I was able to graduate with honors, in 2009. But throughout that time, it was definitely, it was a slow roll out mentally of Scientology. I was trying in between everything: working, studying, going to school, caring for my brothers, making dinner, cleaning, like all the things. And whenever I could find time to deprogram myself, like it was really like it was just trying to fit it in. And my dad was doing that process already. So we were kind of like sharing tips. We'd use the library a lot. And we'd be like, all right, have you read that? No, you should read that. And that's how we found the Barefaced Messiah. Because at first I was kind of like, I was so cynical about the X stories. They're just apostates, sob story, cry me a river. I was so cynical. It was reading Barefaced Messiah, and it was so hard to find at that time. Like it was like an out of print book that we had to special request from our library system, sent from somewhere, and it was in tatters, this copy. So it was like gold. My dad and he read it first, I think, and then I read it, and then as soon as I read that, I'm like, oh yeah. The problem goes higher. Like this is an L. Ron Hubbard problem. Like,
have you heard some of the things I've said about my takeaways from Barefaced Messiah? I've mentioned it. I mentioned it a lot, but like I couldn't believe how fair and generous and kind this book was to L. Ron Hubbard, because I'd always been led to believe it was like the most evil thing that had ever been written. And I'm like, based on this book, if L. Ron Hubbard had just not lied about his life, it would be an amazing story. But that's the problem. He's a pathological liar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Scientology is a byproduct of that.
And it was everything I was looking for. I was saying about my problem with Dan Sherman and the biographer in the church. Like, here it was. This is an actual biographer who wrote like Lincoln's biography, who just did what he does as soon as Hubbard died. Like the book came out shortly after Hubbard's death. Like it was not a hit piece on Scientology. It was literally done to be a biography. And like, yes, this is the data I wanted to see. Oh shit, this is why I didn't see it while I was in the church. Like, the man was awful.
I couldn't even believe the part of that book that talked about Dianetics, because it talked about Dianetics relatively positively.
Shit, I don't even remember that.
It didn't even, I mean, I might have been so shocked that it wasn't so negative that I'm remembering it with, I might be remembering it as having been more positive than it really was. Mm-hmm. But it definitely reinforced for me that Dianetics was a genuine bona fide commercial success. That's not Scientology hype. Dianetic, like Barefaced Messiah basically confirmed the pieces of the story that there was sort of a multi-year, like huge grassroots popular Dianetics movement. And he sold a gazillion books, and it was genuinely a big deal for a while. And I was like, wow, I guess I couldn't even believe that Russell Miller was even acknowledging that was true. And because it didn't occur to me that this book would be fair, that it would just be like a total hit piece. And I remember,
and you have to consider like what was going on in Scientology though at the time that it would have been released in the late 80s. Like yeah, the Dianetics campaign was happening in the late 80s, wasn't it?
I think it was, but he was referring to 1950,
Gotcha.
51,
I do
52.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And also it's amazing that Russell Miller was able to put together so much information about L. Ron Hubbard's life in the most amazing detail without the cooperation of L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology.
Yes.
And so you have Dan Sherman, who given 10 years can't even put put anything together, but it's because it's impossible to write a biography, because you put out a biography, now it's going to get fact checked.
Exactly.
You don't put anything out. It's just religious scripture.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was a game changer for me. And then it was just kind of, but I was still so paranoid about like speaking out or talk. I mean, I didn't have a copy. Nobody has a copy of their NDA, but in the back of my head, I'm like, well, shit, I can't afford one infraction, let alone like multiple infractions of this NDA. It was $10,000 for one mention of something that I knew. And I'm like, well, I guess my lips are sealed. Unless alcohol unseals them, then it's plausible deniability. So I literally was like I was trauma dumping on a lot of people. Like anytime I would be out at the bar after a couple beers or drinks would go down, it was just all of a sudden be like coming out. But I'm like, well, I wasn't in my right mind, so. But I was so frightened about like joining a message board. Like I would read things, but I'm like, do all these people not have NDAs? I guess not. Like I'm just the poor sap that got suckered into signing this thing. Maybe I was important. Like just stupid things like that. Like, oh, I guess I was so important. Like, what did I really know? Not much. Like. But yeah. So I kind of like, it kept me quiet during those years. And then, I'm in college and such. I graduated in 2009 and I got into my current industry in like 8 months after that. It's very demanding work. I said my major was geography, but I had an environmental studies concentration. And so I'm into I got a position in environmental consulting, like January 2010, been with the same firm since then. But like mentally, it's a lot of research for projects. You may have dabbled into it in your line of work too, in commercial. And if you did any commercial real estate, that's kind of.
Are you one of the people holding up those SpaceX launches?
No. Primarily phase 1 environmental site assessments. So you have to write like a 50-page report about a property after you inspect it, and like if there's any risks, oil tanks, dry cleaners, stuff like that. So, but it's a lot mentally, a lot of work, and I was elated that I got my my foot in the door of what I'd gone to school for, but like also was like, I have to write a term paper twice a week for the rest of my, like, this is, oh my God. it was daunting. And I just kind of like dove head first, fake it till you make it. Like, I am going to learn this industry inside and out. And, obviously my endeavors of like trying to be critical on a low key level of Scientology were not paying off, because every single one of the people that I'd, firsthand encounters with that I'd meet up with after leaving this year, they all went right back to Scientology. So I was kind of just like, I can't trust anybody. I was like, fine, y'all want to do that shit? I don't. So I'm going to just do this, do my career and keep my head down. But like, as things would happen, like the Vanity Fair article came out. My dad's like, you need to check out Vanity Fair. Debbie Cook email, like I was getting little snippets, but I wasn't like I wasn't paying. It was just so painful emotionally to watch one by one these people that I thought were like out, like they'd seen enough horrific things that they wouldn't go back, all got sucked back in.
Are there any names that you could give me that I might know? Like, because I actually can't give you anyone other than Marty Rathbun, who was out of Scientology and then went back. It's like
I'll give you all of them. I mean, Kelly Teresi, So that was one of the most recent attempts. She was like hitting me up. She's from the DC org area. She was really trying to chew my ear off. She was interested, wanted to know what, she had never been in the Sea Org, but she had been on course in my course room for some reason or another, like TTC, maybe tried the EPF, but never finished. So we tried to like meet up. I had to travel for work, and I was going to be in the Virginia, DC area, and we were going to meet up. And then at the last minute, she like, I can't. And I'm like, I know. Okay. Jenna said her maiden name is Cordian. She got married. I don't know if she got married. She has a kid with Chuck Runyon, though. So they were out. I hung out with them, you know, like really thought they were out. But again, Sharon Runyon, like that, he's part of a Sea Org family. Like
Sharon's got to be close to dead.
You know, I thought I was expecting to find some of these older people to be like out by now, and I looked up a ton of names recently on these people search website that I found. One of these ones you don't have to pay for. I found her and her husband. Like, I'm pretty sure they're still in, and I just found their addresses as like a PR thing, because like one was near the original. That original New Jersey mission from like the 50s or something. It was like a founding church or something. I found one of their addresses there, and the other one I found around like a DC founding thing. So it just smacked of it being like a PR thing. I'll put my address as this. So they sound like you're totally in stuff.
I'll tell you what, if Chuck Runyon ever publicly spoke out, that guy would have a lot to say.
No kidding. He just recently, so he's also on my LinkedIn. He's probably going to be disappearing soon.
Hey, Chuck, how you doing?
He recently posted a photo of him wearing his yellow jacket from his time down at Ground Zero.
Stop.
Like, oh yeah, it made me so freaking sick. Made me so sick. I'm like, really? I'm like, it's fine. It's one thing to say, hey, I was down at Ground Zero. I'm remembering. It's quite another thing to be like, look at me in my volunteer minister jacket. Him and I were well, he was there for like months. That was some sort of connection that his parents probably pulled to get him to be off post, freaking just working down there. I went down for one day as part of like a select team of Sea Org members that got handed the yellow shirt, and we were given like, you know, access into Ground Zero. And as soon as we arrived there, I remember being like, wait, you want us to do what? Like, none of these fucking guys want an assist. They're busy. There's people that might still be alive in there. Like, no, food, water. You know, I've always
wondered what happens when they trick one of these emergency workers into sitting down and getting a touch assist, and then the worker wants to get up before the assist is over. I've always wondered, what do they do?
That's a great question, and probably just let them go.
Yeah, probably. Could you imagine being like, we have to continue to EP. The way out is the way through. Have a seat.
Oh, to the EP. Oh, God.
You haven't had a cognition yet. You know, there's two people I just realized. I wonder if you would know them, because I think they spent some time in New York, even though they were Philly folks. One of them is Carla Miller. Does that ring a bell?
God, that name does sound familiar, but
I think she was on the EPF for a hot minute, and she calls it When I Lived in Manhattan. I said, bitch, you were on the EPF. You didn't live in Manhattan. Okay. And the other one is Joni Marquis. Do you know Joni Marquis? Haley Marquis? Her sister Haley was at the CLO for a while. Haley's out of Scientology for sure.
Might ring a bell.
You should, if you don't remember, you probably. Sometimes I get the dates mixed up. I don't know if they were there. Haley might have been there after you. But anyway, just wondering. Okay, so you read Barefaced Messiah. Oh, you connect up to these people. You think they're out of Scientology. They sort of go back in. Who else? What other names you got for me?
Let's see.
These rats, these snakes.
I'm not sure. So one of my roommates, there was a time when it was the data chief and me being the COCTO, both division heads. We were still single at one span of time, and we wound up getting like, because we were like considered more executive than regular birthing. So we shared a dorm, just us, me and her, tiny, but still, that was nice. So we had like a friendship. We were very, we liked the same music, and we both smoked. Young, same age. I connected up with her. We played a game of pool or something, but I feel like even then I was hearing enough. I was cynical enough at that time that I was hearing too many alarm bells, and I was like, yeah, even if you're thinking you're out right now.
What was her name?
Abby Wertz, Wertz. She was from DC, and her younger sister was my junior for like almost the entire time that I was in the CTO, Shannon Wertz, which was, she was so young, Shannon. She was probably like, I don't know, 13, 14, something like that, but she looked like she was 9. So even like when the age difference was like 2, I don't know, wasn't that big, but like I couldn't allow her to do stuff because she looked way younger than she was. And like, it would get to me in hindsight, like, yeah, she was a freaking child, of course. But like at the same time, I'm like, we're all being told we're adults in small bodies here. So now I just have to stay up until 4 a.m. instead of 2 a.m. because I have to do everything because I look older. Cool. Okay. But no, yeah. And funny enough, so when I found Shannon's name registered to a Buffalo address. So I was like, oh, did you get sent to Buffalo? How long were you in Buffalo? Are you still in Buffalo? Maybe.
One of the things that I take solace in is knowing that any of these people who are secretly under the radar, they're watching all of our videos and they know what's going on anyway. Like, gone are the days where you have to wonder whether the person you're meeting up with at a pool hall is secretly spying on Scientology for you, because like that used to be the only way to get information about people. It used to be the only way to be in touch with people.
I have another name for you. Greg Paskowitz comes from a Scientology family. Big old long Polish last name, Paskowitz. He left he was in the CMO. He was the programs ops that I said I worked with all the time. So it was John Ibert, Craig Paskowitz. They were the programs people running programs into the CTO. He left. So that was one of my little planting of the seeds of me trying to leave when I had gotten sent back to Buffalo as part of my amends handling to finalize the renos. So I got sent back in disgrace, like not even 2 months after that failed recruitment mission, Flourish and Prosper mission. I got sent back as part of a renos crew. Like, you're going to stay up till 5 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get back up, do the same thing over again. He was part of one of those send-offs. We did that multiple times. We'd get sent up for a weekend, not sleep, work the entire time, and then get sent back to, it was like an 8-hour drive too. It's not like a quick trip to Buffalo from Manhattan. But there was, I feel bad about this, but like that was one of my things. Is like, well, you get beached for out 2D, like if I need, maybe that's a way I can get out easy. So I like under the guise of I was sleeping, probably like rubbed Greg's leg at some point. Oh man, I felt bad about that. But he was married to somebody named Alexis Lamb. I had been on CMO missions with her. Like, she was super friendly to me, and he left without her in 2006 and immediately tried to like start dating me. And I was not about that life, mostly because I knew he's no intention of leaving Scientology. And I was, by that time, was like, ooh, I'm trying to make as much space as possible between me and these people. So he wound up marrying the following year, marrying some Brazilian girl who was like, hadn't ever experienced Scientology, but wasn't against it. So they are back in the folds. I probably have kids. I went and visited them a couple times, like in their new house after I went to their wedding. Yeah. they're definitely all still in. That was a really weird wedding. Again, seeing the cracks of just how bigoted Scientologists are. Like, it's a small group. So one of my childhood friends is married to Greg's brother. So like there's multiple Scientology families there at this wedding. And my date I brought with me was my BFF at the time, who happened to be gay. And he makes no pretenses about it. And I didn't tell him to, but like the nasty smirks and looks and whispers, and not just coming up and talking to me and being like, "Hey Vanessa, it's great to see you." No, like whispering across the room. Like, that was like another reason I'm like, why am I fighting to try and keep these friends of mine? Like, they're awful. Anyway, yeah, so he's definitely going to be still in. His mom is Sheila Paskowitz. George is probably his dad's name. But yeah, that's Kristen Beatty. So Richard Beatty's daughter, the one that the rollback who was on the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The Tina Ack mission.
It's all connected. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then what's the next chapter on your road further and further out of Scientology?
Well, I did my thing, and my dad basically was like, "I'm going to ask for my money back" in 2000, must have been early 2009. So then that was around the time that I was kind of like, fine, just go for it. I've got enough going on in my life. I'm about to graduate from college. Like, I already know that I don't want to be with these freaking people. They're awful. Let's do it. It's going to hurt, but it's fine. And that's when, around the time that, he was getting declared, and I was told through Leah and her husband and her brother that, like, I could come live with them. I wouldn't be able to see my dad or brothers anymore, but I could come live with them and be a happy Scientologist. So I said, no, thank you. And, the implications. But so Greg's ex-wife, Alexis, had also left the Sea Org since that time. And during the past several years had been an OSA troll, figuring out who I was. She had a vendetta. She was convinced that I had ruined her marriage by that one little caress of her husband's thigh in the car.
Oh, SP Powers.
But I was the reason that he left, and she was out to destroy me. So she was reporting in on everything I was doing on Facebook, all the things. So she was basically like leading the witch hunt.
So she was the JoJo Zawawi of the Northeast.
Yes. So, yeah, good times. So then the Claire must have happened. And I mean, the way I found out about it was getting defriended. There was somebody who had even sent a friend request in at one point. Somebody I'd known from ability school had gone to Delphi. And like, this was all happening at the same time. And I was like, where'd that friend request go? Oh, she pulled it. Somebody told her and was like, get away from her. Ah!
It's funny. Sometimes when Scientologists were in the process of mass unfriending me, they would accidentally hit the button twice. And so you would see a friend request pop up, and then you'd go and you'd see them. I'll be like, oh, you son of a bitch. You're like, I thought you gave me a spark of hope there. I saw this friend request pop up.
Yeah, that spark of hope. I was just always being dashed. I'm like, okay, I guess nobody's as serious about this as I am.
How much Scientology had your father done? Had he done OT levels?
He's OT4.
So did his disaffection after having done, half the OT levels ever carry any particular weight with you?
Not really. From as young as I could remember, he was the breadwinner of our family. And like, he had gone to night school after getting off of staff and gotten into computers. So he had a good, nice little career going by the time I could remember. And my mom was like, it was basically me and my mom did everything together, went to ability school, stayed late at ability school because she ran it. So it was like, I was always there from open till close. We were at ability school, going to course. But like, it's weird how I just had in my head already, like, I didn't really know my dad's history in the church growing up. Like, he was just always like, he was in the WOG world. he was doing the wild world thing. He had the most exposure to the outside world, and we were all still like in this sheltered little bubble. It wasn't until like I was about to get into the Sea Org that I'm like, wait a minute, you worked with the commanding officer of the CLO? Like, okay, that's new information. Like, did not know that, you know, like I probably heard it once or twice that he came from St. Hill, but I didn't really understand.
Well, when he was at St. Hill, do you know, was he there when LRH was there? Did he work with LRH at all?
He never said he worked with LRH, so I'm going to guess no, because it was the late 70s when he was there. And yeah, I don't think he went there until like 76 or so, maybe.
Okay.
And then he was actually, when he got sent here, sent to the States, I believe he went to Cali first, but then got sent to, he was actually living in CLO East US Berthing and working there for the mission office.
I see.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like, you know, like me growing up, as a Scientologist, my mom attested to clear at one point, but then didn't do the OT levels until after I was in the Sea Org. So, I mean, I feel like if I had a parent who had done OT levels, but then wasn't interested in Scientology, I feel like it'd be like, wait, but I keep hearing about how magical these things are. How could you not be like practically trying to, you know, sell all your possessions to do more of them? I don't know, but it never quite struck you that he had done some of the OT levels and didn't seem particularly gung-ho about doing the rest?
You know, in hindsight, it should have set off some alarm bells. It really didn't. It was just sort of like commonplace for me to be like, no, my dad doesn't have time for course, so he just doesn't go on course. But the money was like a real reason for us not. I mean, that was my understanding. It was like, funds are tight and we're not going to be able to afford it. And I just bought your mom her OT3 package, and I went with my mom to Flag. I've spent 2 summers at Flag, one with my mom, one without. The first time was when she went clear. So we were down there for an extended period of time. We were living in the Hacienda. Must have been like 1990. I went to True School. I did my Purif at 7 or 8, something like that. Like it was, that was the next thing. Was the most important thing was that mom had to get her OT3 package. So that was my understanding of it, my rationalizing of it.
Got it. Okay, so what was even the next chapter in getting more and more distance from Scientology?
It's pretty much up to current. Like I've been working in my current job for almost 15 years now. So I've been like, I've been out like very much not connected to anybody, not really paying attention to it. Going Clear came out and I was so excited about it. I'm like, oh my God, things are happening, you know? But then I guess kind of like dip back under the surface of like not paying attention to what's going on. Again, with this fear of like, well, I can't say anything anyway. And everybody that I did talk to in the first couple of years after leaving the Sea Org, it all just jumped ship and went right back into their hands. So it was kind of just like this reinforcing thing of me being like, I'm not even gonna look. It's been difficult. It was difficult getting out and like being a functioning human, like not to mention with like my brothers and stuff and like various things that have happened over the years. Like my youngest brother's doing great, Greg, but like my other brother, he was difficult from as young as I can remember. My parents were like convinced he was, you know, stimulated in a past life, and it was probably from a concentration camp because he's so afraid of showers and all this freaking evaluation stuff. But like, God forbid, like you get him some freaking like actual help, like, you know, mental health, the psychology, anything. Like, no, that was not. And even when my dad and I were like deprogramming ourselves, we still didn't really know, like, does that mean you just forget every feeling you've ever had for psychs? Like, no, we were still like, all right, well, we're here as a family, so it'll just get better on its own, you know, because we're not actively doing Scientology, but we're also not getting like the right help. I mean, to be fair, like my dad did eventually start like getting into therapy, and I tried therapy too, but it was so fucking expensive, and I barely brushed the surface. I was just like, these people have no idea what I'm talking about, and I just wind up spending the entire time on background stuff. I'm like, this is not working out. So yeah, so there was a lot of stuff, like family stuff, that we were dealing with too, that kind of like kept me away and not really paying attention to what was going on, like the Debbie Cook trial, like understanding the implications of the fact that she had an NDA, challenge accepted, and they were like, oh shit, you know, like if I had really paid attention, had the bandwidth for that, I would have probably spoken out a long time ago. So kind of like kicking myself a little bit.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
So what changed?
What changed? So watching A&E, the show was amazing. You know, again, like while that stuff was happening, I feel like while that show was happening, there was a lot of turmoil going on in my personal life. So I only just finally watched all the episodes. I found it. I've been looking for it actually on the streamer, and I couldn't find it. And then again, I just put my head back underwater. Like, well, you know, it's kind of seems like the same. It's great that it's finally starting to get some traction out there, the story and how horrific things were. It was the Danny Masterson thing, really. Like when I heard, I wasn't really paying that much attention to it, but it was anytime his name would come up, I would, you know, check and see what was going on. But I had such little hope that there was going to be something happen with it. I just assumed like he was going to get off scot-free. Like when the conviction came down was the game changer. And that's when I found your channel. And it kind of started snowballing from there. Like, oh my gosh, like there's a lot of people out here talking. And I'm like, again, I was still like, they all didn't sign an NDA. I'm so unlucky.
You're like, how am I the only one?
I seriously. So then I reached out to Christy via whoever had been talking to her. Maybe it was Claire. Yeah, I think it was Claire. And I was like, can you please send this along to Christy? Because I still wasn't like okay with just asking somebody I didn't know, being like, how legit is the NDA? For some reason, I needed to go to somebody that I knew, and I did. And she basically was like, gave me a response like, you know, I've talked it over with Mike, and they're basically unenforceable, and that was all I needed. That was all I needed. I'm like, you're married to Mike Rinder, and the head of OSA Inc. says they're basically unenforceable. All right, let's see what's going on now. Let me see what other people are saying, and I dove in, but of course there was there's been some turmoil going on in this community. It was all coinciding at the same time. So it was kind of like, I'm not going to get into it here. It's not worth it. But like, I've started watching more and more of your content, and I really enjoyed the way you're putting it forth. Like it was exactly what I needed to hear, but you were putting it out there with like, poking fun at yourself with your intro and like keeping it light. And I'm like, I needed it to not feel so trauma-y, even though it's such a tough subject. And I just naturally was gravitating to your content more and more. And I didn't even know, like, I'm such a like a tech unsavvy person, but I had no idea what live streams were. Content. I'm like, how are these people getting on the screen? Like, what? Like, oh, shows live, like didn't realize you had to go to a different section of it, but.
Oh, right. Doesn't show up under my videos tab.
No. Right. So like just finding them like, oh, live stream. Oh, I could be part of it. Oh, shit. Like I could ask questions, like just getting and I think the first time I jumped in, I felt so bad. You were talking to Miriam Francis, and I was like, I'd finally figured out how to like send a message. And I'm like, I'm here. Aaron's here. Oh my God, I can talk to him. And I like sent something, and it came through at the worst time. Like it was like in the depths of the depths of like something god awful Miriam was recounting, and I'm like, oh my god. And you didn't respond. You didn't.
What are you like?
Like a stupid
finally made alive.
Yeah, I was so excited, and I'm like, oh, this is the wrong time. Yeah. Yeah. I like walked out of there with my tail between my legs, like, shit. Not only did he not answer, I'm pretty sure I'm on Aaron's bad list now.
I think you and I first spoke on the phone about 7 months ago. I was looking at our emails. It was like March or even more recently, actually.
Well, that was, you had put out some content about like, if you've been on the int readiness lines or you've had any involvement as an ethics officer, come forth and share your story. And I'm like, called me out. I'm ready. So
that's right. And the truth is, there's so much more we could talk about. Some of those stories on the in clearances and ethics cycles and stuff that we can always do shorter form, standalone discussions about all that kind of exciting stuff. But yeah, what did you think when you started seeing all these people on YouTube talking about this stuff?
Oh, I was exhilarated, to be honest. I mean, so excited seeing just how many people out there, the protesting, like I had no idea, all that was going on. And it was like, at the same time, it was bringing me back to a painful time in my life, but it was also like, I have a responsibility. Like, I'm not that young 20-something person who's got no responsibilities trying to spread the good message while I'm drunk, like at the bar. Like, that's not going to go very far. But if there's any one person, that I can help keep out of Scientology, I'm going to do it. I'm going to share those uncomfortable stories where I can, try not to trauma dump, but like, I've always felt that responsibility. I just didn't know how to like channel it, so it's been an amazing time. I've tried to, get on. I learned so much too from these streams. Like, I learned so much about myself, even like listening to things that Natalie says, like, oh my God, I'm the same way. It's probably related. Like, just like like hypervigilance, like just things that it's like it's more an understanding of how I am the way I am still to this day, like the residuals of all that. Like,
yeah. I'll tell you, I did a video recently about the one thing in Scientology that fucked me up the most, and I didn't even realize it because it didn't occur to me that it was fucked up. And that's the idea, and I think it comes from the lower conditions, step 1 of the liability formula, decide who are your friends. And you define your friends by people who are forwarding the aims and purposes of Scientology. And it has nothing to do with how they treat you as a person. And not how they treat you as a coworker, not how they treat you as a staff member, not how they treat you as a SEERG member, how they treat you as a person. Do they like you because of who you are, or do they like you because you're also a staff member?
Yep.
And if they like you because you're also a staff member, it just never occurred to me in Scientology, oh, they're not my friend. That's not what a friend is.
Yeah.
A friend is someone who would like you even if you weren't also a staff member. And I absolutely carried that over into life, that defining a friend as someone who's engaged in a similarly worthwhile activity to me with zero regard for how they have demonstrated their care for you as a person. And I got to tell you, that was a fucking life changer. And that was like a month ago.
That's amazing.
I've been declared since 2014. It's been 10 years now. I've been mentally out of Scientology since 2009, so that's 15 years now. And it's taken a lot to get me to that realization. And there's been a meaningful change in my life since I sort of recalibrated in that respect.
That makes a lot of sense. I remember I've heard you say that on a video, and I totally relate. I mean, it's who you consider a friend, why you consider somebody a friend, and also just being willing to be like, recognize somebody is not a friend and being like, oh, well, you've been really shitty. So why would I fight for keeping a relationship going? Like the people that I knew from childhood after, getting out of the Sea Org, like people like that. Like, why am I crying about losing these people out of my life? They literally could give two shits about me if I'm not in good standing Scientologist. So
yeah, that's it's amazing, because the truth is there even such a thing as a real friend in Scientology?
not at all, because there's not unconditional love in Scientology. There's nothing about it. It's always a caveat on what you're doing in Scientology and how Scientology treats you and looks at you. I mean, even the girl that was my BFF, Vanessa White, she came to the restaurant that I worked at shortly before I found out I was getting declared. She was probably trying to, I think she was just saying goodbye, but like it was just, like, well, if you're not going to get involved, like, okay. All right. Well, you know something I didn't at that time, but oh my gosh. Yeah.
So I assume your husband is someone who's never had anything to do with Scientology.
Never had anything to do with Scientology, and he's not a fan. He's not a fan of anything it has to do with or any of it. Yeah, no. Yeah, I quickly realized that dating anybody in that circle, it was not going to happen. So yeah, me and him met at a beer garden in Jersey City shortly after I moved there for work, and we've been basically inseparable ever since. So, but yeah, he's sometimes he's like, it's been so long. Like, aren't you over this stuff already? I'm like, oh, I'm like, you barely. Like, he lost his mom probably in the same time of life as I did to cancer, and so we sort of trauma bonded on that for sure. But I still I don't think that he truly understands like just how different our experiences of going through the death of your mother is when you're in Scientology, trying to leave Scientology / the Sea Org, versus the real world. Because the real world, his friends are so supportive, like his whole community, like his dad just passed a couple of years ago, and like watching his friends from childhood like come and be there, and food and this and that, and like you have no idea how different the experience was. Like, I can remember two people that gave me a hug during that time, like two people that actually cared that my mom had passed, and everybody else, it was just like, well, she's not gone, she's at a better place. Oh, I had the family friends that were like convinced that their daughter was going to give birth, and my mom was waiting around for that body to be born. Like, no, Hildy's with us now. Like, don't fucking show up to my house and tell me that my dead mother is in your grandson or granddaughter or whatever. Like, I really don't want to hear that.
Wow.
That's not helping. Or the fact that another family friend who was like at our house trying to be supportive, I suppose, but she like slipped and fell, and they tried to sue us for like medical bills or something like that. And my dad pulled the Scientology card at that point. Even though he was like 1.5 feet out the door, he's like, pretty sure Scientologists can't sue other Scientologists. So that's not well.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's just so different. Like the way you treat it is like, oh, it's a celebration. She's dropped her body and she's gonna get a new one. Not like, but isn't it a bad thing that somebody at the age of 49 dropped their body? Like, I'm sorry.
That's how young she was?
Yeah, like,
oh my God.
Pretty sure that's not what the intent was when she joined Scientology, that she was going to be dying at such a young age. Like, you'd think you would have learned, I don't know, or been some magic on the bridge to total freedom would have helped along the way. That wouldn't have happened, but.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, that part of Scientology where they basically pathologize showing sympathy. I mean, L. Ron Hubbard literally says it is the most destructive thing you can do to someone who's experiencing any kind of an engram or has an engram in stimulation is to show sympathy. And I got to tell you, that's like really fucked me up. Like I really struggle to show sympathy or even to accept it. Like, you know how people will socially, if you say something bad happened to you and they go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I fucking cannot stand that. Like I go, it's like it actually makes me almost angry. Like they're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I'm like, "It's not your fault." Like almost slightly confrontate. Like I don't appreciate. On the one hand, I want to appreciate that someone's trying to show care for me, but on the other hand, I don't appreciate the sympathy. Like, and I mean, I blame Scientology for that shit. I don't know.
100%, 100%. It still doesn't come natural to me, and I feel like a piece of shit. Like if it's in the setting that I should be saying, and everybody else is like, "I'm so sorry for your loss," and I'm like, "Me too." Like
I can't even bring myself. I can barely bring myself to put it in a comment on a Facebook post where someone is saying that someone died. I'm like, I can't make myself type the words like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss." I'm like, I want to show compassion. I want to show care. The desire is there.
Yeah.
And it's like to put it into the real world is like, oh God, it feels so weird and wrong. And I don't, I feel weird even experiencing the weirdness. I'm like, I'm sure it just makes me look like a total sociopath that I can't show empathy or sympathy but in certain circumstances.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. Oh, 100%. Yeah. It doesn't come natural to me. I literally feel like I'm taking a script out of like the Wog World book of how to get by. I'm being like, "This is what you say now." Like
how to sound like a normal person.
Yes.
Here's what you say.
Yes. My gosh. That's basic. I felt like such an imposter in my life for so long after leaving. Like just this alien just dropped into humanity, and like all of a sudden, these people are so nice to me. Oh my God, your mom just died. How are you standing? Like, are you okay? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I'm just doing the damn thing. Like, this is just what you do. You survive. I don't know. But yeah, it's amazing how much to a point. And I'll say this, like it can go to an extreme too. Like I've seen it, like where people, and I don't want to sound crass, but like losing somebody as important as your mom, for instance, like I've seen it get to the point where if you have so many friends, whether they're on social or in real life, that it can almost get to like you're getting things from other people. Like you can take advantage of it is what I'm saying. Like the person who's had that loss, like people will try to do anything they can for them, but to a point where like, you know, you get whatever you want. You're being waited on hand and foot. But I'm not saying this happened to me. I'm saying this happened. To a point where like for instance, one of my brothers, like pretty sure, you know, he would have to just name drop, you know, lost my mom young. And it's like, all of a sudden it's like the women that may have had an inkling of interest are like, "Oh my gosh, you poor baby, let me take care of you." Like he definitely had a thing for like older women at one point and was like, okay, just chillax with that. Like, yes, he has mom issues because he lost his mom, but like he's also taking advantage of, you know, getting things from other people that wouldn't normally do that.
How dare him?
I mean, I did it too. I'm what can I say? Like, oh, somebody's gonna buy a free round of drinks because your mom just died. Okay, well, if I must, I must.
Well, we do have a whole bunch of starred comments here. If we try to get through these quickly, you want to do this with me?
Sure.
Fantastic. Mary James, it's so interesting hearing these stories, especially when they're from people you see in the chats. Yeah, you've been very active in the chats, or at least the chats that I go in, which is basically Natalie's and Reese's. And what other channels you've been watching and jumping in the chats?
I have a hard time watching too many because I usually am watching usually watching on my phone while I'm working. So
Don't you go in Marilyn's chats too?
I have been, yeah, more recently. Marilyn's, Natalie's, Reese's. I just got onto Eric Rader's channel. I try to join in whenever I can on his, but yours was like the beginning. So I try to catch almost every one of yours. I usually on a replay on yours, I get more into Natalie's because it's like the perfect, she's going earlier now, so I don't always catch them. But like when she was starting at 10 a.m. Central, it was the perfect time for me because it's 9 a.m. my time. So it'd be like I sit down to my desk and I turn it on and I'm like, oh, start my workday.
That is awesome. Pause for Andrea. Just catching up. Great to see Vanessa. I've been noticing her interesting comments in various chats.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna you're above the cult. Did you? Oh, I like this one. Aaron Craig. Strange question, but while you were both in the cult, did you think you were in a cult?
It's funny because at that time, and I was over that port captain position, I did have to go out a couple of times and like interact with people outside, like being like, Xenu, and I'd be like, what the fuck is Xenu? I don't know. That's not part of our shit. That's not us. Like, but in the back of my mind, yeah, there was definitely some, it was starting towards the end, I would say.
So how much of the bridge did you do in Scientology?
Oh my God. Objectives. And I hated the objectives. I can only imagine what they're doing now on the objectives. The objectives were too long then. And that was what, 97 or so? So
yeah, now they're like 10. Now they're like 10 times longer.
Oh my God. I couldn't even imagine.
So when did you first find out about Xenu and the body thetans, and what did you think about that?
You know, like it took me up until a couple of years ago to get the cojones to watch that South Park episode. I was so scared of that. Like I'd heard about it. I'm like, some other time. When I finally found out about it, I remember being like, Dad, you
wait. So that whole time you never even asked your dad about it?
Mm-mm. No, until we were deprogramming ourselves, and then I found out. I'm like, Dad, what? Why didn't you pull us out then?
Did you feel deceived when you finally found out that the OT levels was about telepathically talking to sick body? Like, were you like,
yes,
I've been being lied to my whole life about these fucking levels?
Yes. So there's a funny thing that happened. If I had never done a couple of the rundowns as corrective actions in the Sea Org, and I had just done the objectives, I would have left being like, this is complete bullshit. It's awful, etc., etc., etc. There was a couple of things that we had in the rundowns where like, that was the first time I had to go past life, right? There was a couple of them that felt highly suggestive. And I'm just like, where am I pulling this shit from? Is it coming from TV that I've seen? I don't know. But and bear with me here, but there was one incident that I still to this day have no idea where it came from. And it's made me second guess everything I know about what happens when you die, and what's really going on with like extraterrestrials and stuff. It was like a leaving, it was when was the last time you were forced out of your head, and it was like it was supposed to be a death of a past life, and I was still kind of weird on the details there, but I had these images that came out afterwards that I'm still just like, where did this shit come from? Of me being like sucked out into like a Mars-looking environment, but it was like it could have been the desert too. And then I'm like with a being not from this planet having this telepathic communication. It changed so much for me. Like I was like, this must be what's on the OT levels. Like you're going to finally tell us what the fuck is going on here at this between lives area. And like, And it was enough for me to be like, this doesn't match up with what I've heard about implant stations and stuff. There was none of that. There was none of that. I was having a conversation telepathically with a being who was trying to make me feel comfortable in the image that was put up to make it look like a cozy living room. But I knew that that wasn't real. And it was complete lack of emotion. So it was upsetting me. And he's like basically trying to tell me like, this is because you're human, that you're still feeling all this emotion. And I was so upset with this being for not having any emotion. It's like, that's just how we are, or something to that effect. All telepathic. But my honor zoomed us through that, right? And I was so upset. I'm like, I finally am seeing something that's happening in the between lives area. And you're not going to let me proceed any further? Fuck you. Like, ask me the right question and don't just be sending me along to the next incident. But from that moment forward, anytime I had downtime as a soup, I was in the R&D vaults. I was looking for anything I could find to be like validating of what had just happened.
So let me ask you this. What made that particular recall feel vivid for you?
It was just so not anything that I'd like. It's nothing I could stitch together from my own, from like a movie or anything like that. Like there was.
You did not feel that you were making it up. You felt it. You weren't putting anything into it. It was coming to you.
It was coming.
Oh.
And it, to this day, like I still am not really sure about it, but it was left such a lasting impact on me. It's the only time, even the time when they're like, remember a time your mom and you were, you know, together and we did that whole shit after she died. Like, yeah, we'll play it along, like past lives with her. But it was all, that was just so suggestive. Like anybody could be like, think about a history or a movie and be like, yeah, I was a princess and we were in a castle, or just easily like faked or anything. This was something that I'm like, I've never seen anything like that in a movie. It was, and since then, now being out and being able to like dabble in things that I wasn't allowed to look at, I've since learned a few things that kind of validate it. Like I've been dabbling into like new age stuff and books. I've been reading as much as I can. But apparently that is something that other people that have had like contact with a UFO, you know, extraterrestrial intelligence. Apparently that is one of the things that does occur, is like this utter lack of emotion, that it's quite literally is a human thing that makes us different than other beings. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
So did that particular recall, was that something that gave you some high hopes as for what would actually be on the OT levels? Absolutely.
So I was like, oh my God, we're going to find out, you know, what's going on. Like, and yeah, no. I honestly am just like, okay, well, man freaking plagiarized so much from other people anyway. Broken clock is right twice a day. Like maybe we just, it's a hypnotic thing, you know, maybe it was enough of a hypnotic suggestion that I did tap into something. I still am not really sure, but it's enough that it's left me questioning everything.
Have you ever heard of the series of books? I think it's from it might be from the 40s or the 50s, I forget, but it's like before Scientology. A series of fictional books by an author named E.E. Doc Smith called the Lensman series.
No, and I feel like I wrote this down the last time you mentioned it, and I lost that note.
You have to read them. I swear to God, it's where LRH got part of the OT levels from. The idea of solo auditing, the idea of whole track, you know, deep whole track recall, the idea of like a fourth dynamic engram, the idea of whole track amnesia being implanted by alien races. Swear to God, it's all in the book.
Oh, it was so unoriginal. But yeah, there's nothing like that I could find anywhere. I'm like, if this is something that's true, then okay, it shouldn't just be hidden up in the OT levels. Like there have been enough, you know, little mentions of things in like lectures that I'm like, if it's out there, I can find some sort of suggestion that.
Yeah. And so for me, like the whole thing that was keeping me in the bubble mentally of Scientology was the belief in the state of full OT, the belief that LRH had achieved it, and the belief that the upper OT levels existed it, because I never met an OT8 that I was like, I'd like to be more like that person. Like I never met an OT8 that impressed me. Now I had met Sea Org members who impressed me.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't care where they were at on the bridge.
Right.
All the public I'd met who were OT8, I was like, there's no part of that person that I would aspire to be like. Right. And so when I found out there was no freaking, not only I found out how ridiculous the OT levels are, but that there were no upper OT levels, it was pretty easy for me to be like, oh, for real? You should have told me that 20 years ago. I'm out. Like, it wasn't a big emotional deal. I was flabbergasted, but it wasn't like a big emotional deal for me. What was your take on it?
The OT levels, I kind of feel the same, like about public Scientologists that were OT8. Scared the shit out of me, most of them. Like there was Karen Beatty, Richard Beatty's wife. Holy shit, that woman scared me. She would do that freaking, very pretty blue eyes, but she never used them for anything like affectionate or anything. She would like bear into your soul. And like I would go over and hang out with her daughter and like, you know, son at their house because they moved from California in the late 80s or early 90s to like the town next over from where we were in New Jersey. So it was like the only one of the closest Scientology. So anyway, I just happened to go, but like we didn't go more than a couple, not very often. I tried to avoid her parents because they scared the shit out of me. Like I did not like that KSW stare. And again, like what you said, like one of my other close friends, her mom was on OT7 the entire time we were friends. I would do sleepovers at her house. She was, you know, always auditing on 7. You know, we just do our own thing. It was kind of fun. Didn't really have any parental supervision, but like she was in bad shape physically. And like, she's had health issues and like all this sort of stuff. And it's like, okay, you're telling me that's really just because you need to work something out on 7? Like,
yeah. Yeah. For me, the deceit was thinking that I've always been led to believe that people who'd done these OT levels somehow had greater insights, greater intuition, greater ability, basically magical powers, were somehow smarter. And then to find out, so you've been pretending to telepathically talk to entities for the last 10 years? Like, you're lucky you're not in a fucking loony bin.
yeah.
Like, you think, but here's the thing. They would act like they were special.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like, how dare you think you're special because you've been telepathically talking to beings? Like, what?
Oh, I put so many OTs on the meter during that rollback stuff, like in Buffalo, around New York. And I was like expecting in the beginning, I'm like, oh boy, I'm getting an OT8 on the meter. I wonder what their needle's going to look like. It's all the same. They all look the freaking same. They all have the freaking same stuff. Dirty needles with hole, you know, like.
Dirty as shit.
There was one in particular in the Buffalo area, and she was super sweet. But like, she really put on that show of like magic. She did magic with her OT powers. And in hindsight, there was no magic. Like, no, she was just saying stuff to make herself feel better.
Dennis Dubin was an OT8 who I've got, you know, there's a lot of history there with Dennis Dubin, but he would really lean into this mystique of OT8. He would, and also he was a Freedom Medal winner. So he was like a double special bonus guy. And he would get up in front of an IAS fundraiser event. They'd introduce him, IAS Freedom Medal winner, Dennis Dubin. And he'd stand up there and he would just stand there looking at everyone for like 3 minutes, not saying anything. And he'd be like, I'm just sensing your space. And he'd be like, oh, that's some magic OTH shit right there, huh? You must have some. Wow. And then you're like, Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So which one of your whole track recalls belonged to you, and which one of your whole track recalls belonged to a body thetan or a thetan cluster?
Ugh.
Like, that's OT8. Wild. Okay. Lady Pamela says, Vanessa, you're one of my new sheroes.
Thank you, Pamela.
You're so strong. Even if you don't know it yet, we see it, love.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Marilyn, Coffee Cults and Crafts, says, Vanessa, so nice to finally meet you. Thank you for sharing your story. P.S. All us ladies in the chat love your hair.
Oh, thanks, Marilyn. Yeah, I adopted the blonde colored emojis. I was just like, wow, the silver haired ones they don't have enough personality. So I'll just take blonde. It's close enough. But yeah, rocking the silver. It's I had a change in my thinking and lifestyle around like 2015. I think I stopped dyeing it because I used to dye it brown. But you know what? I'm trying to age gracefully and realizing that it's a gift to be able to age, like when you lose somebody as young as my mom was, like, and her mom died really young too. So I was super emo as a kid. I'm like, my mom's going to die when I'm 8. No, she lasted a little bit longer than that. But yeah, trying to embrace that and aging gracefully. So.
Me too. One of these days, I'll stop dyeing the beard. Gabrielle says, I loved seeing POs for TP. Oh, purchase orders for toilet paper when I was on the advisory council. I made the rest of the committee approve it no matter what.
I've mentioned it in some chats a couple times. We had TP problems at CLO East US. Like I said, we didn't have our own personal bathrooms, so we weren't responsible for stocking the communal bathrooms.
But that means nobody was stealing the toilet paper either.
Oh my gosh. So there was times when we didn't have TP in any bathroom on the base. Like there were Sea Org members that would go up the block to the nearby hotel and use the bathroom.
Yet one other reason why I was furious when I learned there was billions of dollars in the bank, but no toilet paper in the bathroom.
Yes. My gosh, so Dustin and I, we wound up getting, it used to be an old external comm office. So we were the only dorm room on the base that had like a deadbolt. We felt special. And we had, when things were at their worst, we would stash away. We'd buy our own, but we would hide our toilet paper in there, like run up to our room, grab a few squares, go to the bathroom.
One of the best ways protesters could sort of troll wherever they're protesting outside of Sea Org base is just to set up a fold-up table piled high with those individual wrapped toilet papers and just free toilet paper for Sea Org members.
Yes.
We've heard about the struggle. We've heard about this struggle.
You could put information on how to get out on inside the rollers. Trust me, I've thought about different ways that I could get to I lost heart when I had all those people go back in, but I was thinking about it. I'm like, the laundromat, it's the perfect place. I could totally get in there and be like, free detergent here. If you want to call me, you can get out this way,
Oh, the toilet paper stories. Everyone has a Sea Org toilet paper story. Elizabeth Fraser says, OMG, the ice storm of 98.
Yes. There was a national disaster declared in Buffalo. We literally one day, they refused to let people into the city. So we were at the Brewski's house and there was 5-6 feet of snow on the ground. We literally could not go to the org. Mission Ops was losing their mind. So Melissa and I, we went to Niagara Falls.
Wow, that's awesome. CO Bilf, good to see you, aka the Cleveland Street Steamer. Buffalo, glorious home of Clearwater Chad. That's right. Clearwater Chad does live in Buffalo, yeah. Gabrielle says, oops, I lost it. It used to piss me off when we had missions. They would always want money from us and were so effing demanding.
Yeah, I do feel badly about Oh, the ego trips, bossing people around at like the age of 16. I mean, I don't know how people stood it.
Did you know
I
that
would have found myself so obnoxious.
Did you know that the CLO sends bills the org for the mission, like just puts it on there? It's part of the payments to management. I
did know that.
Yeah.
I did know that.
Yeah.
So disgusting.
Lady Pamela says we used to do wing runs to Buffalo. I don't know what that means.
Well, the buffalo wing, or I don't know what it means either, but
oh, just to go to get wings at Buffalo, get buffalo wings.
Wings are like the original.
Maryland's like, what do you mean you don't get it? So, well, because you can get buffalo wings literally anywhere.
Yeah.
Are they better in Buffalo?
All the Buffalonians seem to think
no one in New Jersey goes to Philly to get a cheesesteak. They just get a fucking cheesesteak in Jersey.
Yeah. Very true. Very true.
By the way, it's not like Philly cheesesteaks are complicated. Why does no one in the South know how to make them? It's crazy.
Great question. By the way, speaking of Pennsylvania, we were living in Pennsylvania for the last 5 years, and wouldn't you know it, like I didn't get a taste for Yingling until like 6 months before we left, and now I'm just like,
can you not get it out there?
No, I can't find it here.
I'll have to send you some.
So, I was like an hour from the brewery. We could have been there, like getting the best. Yeah, anyway.
Vanessa says, "Hey, my name twin. So good to put a face to the name. I'm super late, so I'm going back to the start.
Good to see you, Vanessa."
Gabrielle says Vancouver org was haunted too.
I feel like I have a theory that a lot of the older orgs would have haunting problems. Just thinking about how much shit I run. I mean, maybe it's not even dead people. Like, I feel like maybe like just people in their dream state are like dreaming of or having night terrors and like are physically somehow showing up in some sort of imprint. I have all sorts of theories about this stuff. Adjust my tinfoil hat.
Just a Northern Girl says Aaron's face when he has a revelation. Yeah. Daniel Snyder, thank you for gifting 5 channel memberships. Very kind of you. CO Bilf, wow, shout out to the wife who volunteered for the RPF. That is ride or die.
Yeah, she just didn't want his eye to keep straying or something. I agree, but like, damn, like.
I had forgotten that Quentin and Bronwyn were actually Levi's parents. That is wild. I can't believe Quentin. First of all, I can't believe they're still alive. But I also can't believe they're still there. Also, what did he get RPF'd for? He was a moneymaker. Quentin Strube was a moneymaker as the COIs. And you got to really fuck up to get RPF'd when you're a moneymaker.
I want to say it had to do with the 2D. That's the only reason I would think that's why Brahma would go too, because
yeah, that is ride or die. I've never even heard of that happening before. That's incredible.
And that was one of the earliest message board posts I saw, was like somebody calling out Quentin Strube for like trying to get like flirty / handsy with like a young CMO person.
Oh.
And their name was masked, but there was enough details that I was like, that would make sense why he would have gone to the RPF, and Bronwyn followed him.
Yeah. Wow. Joe Bloggins, so many acronyms and code, but this is truly part of the feeling of belonging to something important and of exclusivity, which feeds the cult.
Yeah, my bad. It's also sometimes just easier when I'm like on a tangent trying to get a thought out to just use the acronym versus spelling it all out. But
yeah, I don't know. I've heard some cult experts say that in order to have real recovery, you have to stop using the language. I could not disagree more. Like, I'm not someone who struggles to, like, if I'm talking to a non-Scientologist, I don't accidentally use Scientology language.
Right.
That's like, it's not a thing for me. I'm not like attached to it.
Yeah. No, I will say that was actually a blessing in disguise, being so disheartened by not having anybody that stayed out after getting out of the Sea Org, like getting out of Scientology. Yeah, but it was a blessing in disguise because I stopped talking to anybody about it. Like I'd see my dad once in a while and we'd share war stories, but like even my brothers were like, boring, you know, like we don't know anything about this. Stop talking about this. So it's funny, like till last October when I found your channel, there have been words that you guys use and I'm like, whoa, I haven't heard that in so long. Like TR4AQ1 and the pain of getting through the fucking video. Like, oh right, that shit sucked. You know, the lists, like Farrell Cheryl mentioned, like, was it 8C or C8? And I'm like, it was 8C, that's right.
Can you believe these namby-pamby panty-waist dilettantes don't even use TR4AQ1 for the final pass on their metering course? Bunch of fucking losers.
They don't have to do that anymore?
They just do EM26. Can't even believe it. Do you even know how to read an e-meter? Jesus Christ. Disgusts me. Just a Northern Girl says, I don't remember hearing about the Jeremy Perkins story. Maybe I just forgot. Does anyone know if Aaron ever did a video on that story? So sad. Yeah, I did. I don't think you're going to find that video under Jeremy Perkins. You're going to find it under Jeff Carlson.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jeff Carlson was married to Danielle Perkins at the time. Mm-hmm. And Danielle's brother, Jeremy, brutally murdered their mother in their home, who was the executive director of the org at the time. Mm-hmm. And Jeremy had very clearly been exhibiting signs of severe mental illness, schizophrenia, and because he was in a Scientology family, they wouldn't even consider putting him on medication. In fact, let me slightly clarify that. If I'm recalling my interview with Jeff correctly, and it was years ago, his mom actually wanted to put him on medication, had actually even considered it, because she just recognized that she had no way to fix whatever was wrong with him. And she was basically told under no circumstances.
Yeah, that she wouldn't be able to do 5, right? Or go further. Something
like that. Yeah. Yeah. Danny's Girl, welcome as a channel member. Old Frizz, so glad you got to see and speak to your mom before she passed, Vanessa. That would have meant a lot to her.
Yeah, it did. And I'm too. If she had passed without me being, yeah. As hard as it was seeing so many people, people that didn't get that opportunity, it just breaks my heart.
Yeah. Gabrielle says, Vanessa never lost her love for her family and humanity.
Well, I might not be the best older sister / daughter, but doing my best,
Gabrielle says, Vanessa was a valuable commodity to the cult, which I figure is why they went to some lengths to get her back. Not many are trained as she was.
Yep. There was like 3 maybe on our base. Yeah, It was... Yeah, especially when you had to do 4AQ1 to get, through metering.
DDT shoots, such an amazing story. Thank you, Vanessa. Muckmeister, Toronto. They've been saying it's better now for at least 50 years that I'm aware of.
Yeah. They were saying it was drastically changed and better like 3 years after I left the Sea Org. And I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive.
Paula Candeloro. I feel like when you're that smart, you don't want to admit that you can be fooled. So you double down in order not to be wrong or to feel like a fool. I'm smart, therefore I'm right. Could be a part of that.
Yeah. It's definitely the most humbling thing in life. And most people that have not experienced cults or leaving cults will never have their whole belief system challenged like that and have to start from scratch. So it's definitely, it's a very humbling feeling to be like, wow, well, everything I've been part of has been a lie. And we're going to have to start over.
I think it's incredible that you left the Sea Org, you went to college, you've got an actual career. Like, that's remarkable.
It was not easy. Definitely had like some learning disability type stuff too. And I'm not really sure if that's just trauma based or not, but I've been a daydreamer since as young as I can remember, staring up at the clouds, staring out the window in my own little world. So It was not easy. I did discover Adderall at one point towards the end when I needed to write my final senior thesis to graduate. I was like, this is what they've been telling us is so scary. This is amazing. I wrote like 12 pages of my paper in like 3 hours. I'm like, where do I find more?
Onion Ya says, thank you, Aaron, for the interview. And thank you, Vanessa, for sharing your story. We do identify with you in so many ways. Even as a never in, I'm truly sorry for your losses.
Thank you.
Marcy James, hopefully you're getting hugs and normal friendships now.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's a trust thing. I have a hard time with, I have a few friends, but like we just moved to, and let's see, I'll try and get out there. It's hard working from home too. I've got my community. I've found y'all on SPTV. So virtual hugs for now.
It's hard out there for a pimp, but I believe in you.
Oh God. Boston.
Pimping ain't easy.
Boston. Oh, we look so out of place. And we're still wearing the military uniforms too. So
they're like, oh, this is some kinky shit I did not expect tonight.
Yes. The first place we stayed it was one of these places that the bathrooms are in the halls too. So you still have to like have encounters with people. Oh God.
Oh my God.
What weirdos we looked like, I'm sure.
That is amazing. Failed Pessimist says, Vanessa is so engaging. Great guest.
Oh, thank you.
Scientology Ethics says, someone never in can understand. My mother, a highly trained OT8, died young from cancer, and all they cared about was getting me back into the org. My absence was hurting their weekly stats.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's so gross. SPTV Tattoo Warrior, if you were an org, wouldn't you be haunted?
Yes, exactly.
That's a good one. That is great. That doesn't matter to you, not to me. Thank you for gifting 5 channel memberships. That's very kind of you. And he says, keep the content coming. Absolutely, my friend. Cece. Is this Cece Kruchko? Cece, I feel like I've asked you this a million times, but I always feel like it is. Colette Whitman was sent from AOLA in the early 90s to East US CLO, and I never found her again. Did you know her? She was a class 8.
No, I didn't. It's amazing how much turnover there is in a short time. Even looking at like things of who was on certain positions like 10 years prior or even 5 years prior to it, it was like ancient history while we were there. Whoa, what they were doing in the late 80s. I was there in 98. Like it was not that long prior. But no, there's like an amnesia. There's very short-term memory and when there's high turnover and stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, can you believe we've been going for 4 hours?
I cannot. I can't believe that. I was like, it'll be short. It's like pitch black out here.
This has been awesome. Thank you so much for doing this. And anytime you want to have a chat about anything, topics, stories, feedback, extra thoughts, let me know. I'll be happy to do so.
Thanks so much, Aaron, for letting me share my story.
Anytime. My pleasure. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Thank you, as always, to everyone who watches until the very end. And we'll talk to you soon.
I guess.
Okay, if you want to see my rock and roll songs, click right on this guitar. And if you want to see a different one of my videos, then you could click right inside here. If you have subscribed or not, subscribe.